Wassail. So we're here indoors. Got a fan on, but I don't know whether that's going to be quite enough to keep me cool. It's like a sauna in here, perched on the end of the bed. And I've got a desk and then another table with the computer on. And it's a bit far away over there, all of you. So we're going to look today at another spread. Wassail, Kathy, you'll be right back. Wassail from house. Wassail, leap me high to you. We're going to be looking at the Tesla trap today. Oh, that's what I need to do. Hang on. Let me just... Oh, no, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one as well. There we go. Copy. Wassail, Carolina Krupa. I don't know why I didn't put the R in the first time. So here is a link to my website, which contains that information of the Tesla trap reading. Oh, there's a funny little knocking if I lean on the table. So grab a tarot deck, grab an oracle deck. Well, I think we're going to mix the two, which might cause a problem when you all start having oracle decks I don't know the cards of. But hey, let's just go with it. Let's do magic channeling. So I've dug out today, what is a Tesla trap? Okay, so Nikola Tesla, the scientist that kind of invented electricity before Edison, but Edison got the credit. He, from childhood, could hear the vibrations inside everything. Wassail, Georgia Ballad, wassail, Miss Remy Healings. And he could hear the frequency of everything vibrate. And so he wrote down a magic code, which is made up of numbers. I should have really got a pen and paper. Not thinking this through, people. Hang on a minute. I got a... I can't do picture in a picture, so I draw and I'll hold it up. Just go to the back of the book. And so he invented a magic code. So I need to kind of show you how the code works. So 3, 6, and 9. They're a triangle. 3, 6, and 9. Okay. We're going to keep doing this bit over and over again as more and more people join in. So I'm going to just put in the other numbers. So it's single digit numbers being used in a numerological, magical way. So the idea behind it is you take 1 plus 1, which equals 2. So I'm just going to join those. 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 plus 2 is 4. 4 plus 4 is 8. Eight plus 8 is 16, but you can't have a 2-digit number, so you add those together and you get 7. Seven and 7 is 14, but that's 2 digits, so you add them together and you get 5. And then 5 plus 5 is 10. So that's 1 and 0. You add those together and you get 1. So you go back to the beginning. So there's the pattern. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. And he said that all of the molecules in his special auditory understanding of the world vibrated on those numbers. And he created all his inventions using this code. We don't know how, but he did it all in his head. He never wrote things down. So what you have missing in this chart is 3, 6, and 9. So we start with the next number 3. 3 plus 3 is 6. So we draw a line between 3 and 6. Okay. Now, 6 plus 6 is 12. That's 2 digits. So you add them together and they make 3. So you go back from 6 to 3. So all of the numbers are created by adding themselves together except 9. And he said 9 was the divine source energy that is inherently behind all the magic of everything in the cosmos. Okay, so I created a reading a long time ago. I don't remember how long ago. The link that I've given you is not the earlier one. There's an earlier one. I'm just going to put the link in again. Whee, there we go. So, Wassail, everybody. I should be singing all your names, but I just needed to get through explaining this. So, this is the Tesla code. And what happens is he says that 3 and 6 are the magical molecules, electrons, that pulse in and out of multiple dimensions that give structure to the molecules that we see around the edge. So I created a reading where you use the idea of the 3 and the 6 as being an energetic trap, a pattern that we play out in our lives. And then the journey through here, this side, 1, 2, and 4, this is your inner work, what you do in the inner parts of your psychology. And then from 4, you jump to the outer world and how you apply that knowledge to the outer world. But it inevitably brings you back to the beginning. And you keep repeating this pattern because you're missing the divine 9. You're missing the energy that will help you to move past the frequency you're stuck in. So that's the basis of the reading. Oh, that fan is making my eyes dry. So that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be looking at that, how this is going to work today. I don't know, but I didn't know how anything was going to work either yesterday. So let me just have a quick look and see who else we've got in here that I haven't said hello to. So, Wassail, Georgia Ballard, Wassail, Lisa Richardson, Wassail, Lisa, I haven't seen you for ages. You've probably been here and I just haven't seen you for ages. So, Wassail, Ivana, Sregulia, I'm not sure I'm saying that properly and I apologize, or singing it properly. Wassail, Duchess of Elsewhere, 77. Wassail, Fibonacci. Don't know why I have to do that longer. Wassail, Beppa, Anatosa, or Toba. I'm really not very good with Russian. Although I will just say, when I just went to look for my web pages that might have Tesla traps information on, and there's a couple of them. Yesterday I put up an older one, and this time I put up a newer one. And I noticed that there's lots of my videos on some kind of Russian YouTube website, which might explain why we had a visit yesterday from a Russian robot checking on us. Wassail, Richard Guy. Wassail, Meg McLeod. Wassail, Wild Wolf Woman. And Wassail, Kathy again. So Wassail, Margaret Hughes. Wassail, Agnes Leclerc. Wassail, Ivana again. So Oh my God. Did say it right. Wassail, Naringa, Kachinskate. I can't quite read that one at the end. It's slightly too far away. I'm going to have to increase the size of my typing. So if you go to the page, this one, not now. There's a really funny reading that's worth watching, which is the rabbit reading, because I used to do Chinese animal signs until spirits told me to stop. But the rabbit reading, I think, is called Bustin' Miss Austin. And I think it was the first reading I ever did where I got such a fit of giggles, I struggled to get through it. But it's a fun reading anyway. So, how is everyone today? I'm indoors because I feel this could be long and the light might not last. So I've got all the curtains open. I tried to sit with the view outside, but you couldn't see me. I was just a shadow. So I've also got out for this reading today the beautiful energy of my first ever tarot deck that I bought when I was 17. So I've had this deck, I guess, 36 years almost. So it's a very old deck. It's very precious and it's so used. It's the Morgan Greer deck. And interestingly, I saw a recent republication. And on the back of the cards now, there's only one image of stars. And actually, on these, there's, I think, 4 different images of stars that are used. And I really enjoy the fact that there's kind of 4 different backs. What's my Chinese sign? I'm an earth monkey. Can't you tell? I'm such a cheeky monkey. Also, my tattoo is the story of Sun Wukong, the Chinese monkey king. I know. It's been with me my whole life, Richard, this deck. And it's the Morgan Greer, and it has beautiful images that are kind of a little bit further on from the frequency of the Rider-Waite, but they're very familiar images. And it's a really great deck to use. I would say that recently, when they've republished it as well, I don't think mine have faded, but they've increased the saturation on the cards, and I'm not as keen on the images. I absolutely love this one. He's not looking down mournfully at these 3. He's looking directly at the new energy coming in. So let's begin anyway. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like a general reading. I'm trying not to do readings, trying to do workshops, but I think what we'll do is I'll do a test the trap first on all of you, and then we'll break it down and you can lay out your deck so that you can all understand and you can throw your cards at me and we'll see what gives. So when we begin a test the trap, we're writing out this series of cards, and I'm going to use, I'm just going to draw you a triangle on here to make it make a bit more sense. We're going to use oracle cards to do the 3, 6, and the 9. And it's really important in this reading to put the cards face down. You really don't want to look particularly at 9. Card 9 must remain a mystery until the end. So let's just use the shamanics, a mystical shaman. It doesn't matter if you don't have a deck, eat me. You can Learn from the others as we're going along. Oh, thank you. I love this t-shirt. That's 4. If that'd been 3, I would have taken them. But I'm looking for 3 cards. A 3, a 6, and a 9. A 3, a 6, and a 9, please, for the people in here listening. Ooh, they came out quick. Now, this is going to be complicated because I'm going to try and put this down so that you can see it up the right way. That's why I'm in here as well, because the desk upstairs, I can't fit everything on it. So now we want the 9. Oh, did you see that? I did. I even peeped, which you're not supposed to do. Now we're going to take the Morgan Greer. Yeah, I'll just show you this first. That's 3, 6, 9. Okay, so they're the oracle. So this is the trap. The energies between these 2 cards are the repeating frequency that we can't get ourselves out of. Wassail Sigdom Levant, Wassail Melive, Wassail Scottish Lass. So, I can't take those. I'm not concentrating. You're making me too excited. So, can we please have the trap, the molecules, the story, cards 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, and I'm putting them down in that order. I will show you. It's very essential that you follow the pathway. I'm going to actually do a split because we're going to keep seeing them. So I'm going to take the middle ones as the top. And so this becomes card 1. Make a bit more space. Card 2. Card 4. Then I come up to here. Card 8, because we jump from there to there. And then we come to here for card 7 and down to card 5. And that returns 1. So let's pull those down. That's the spread. You lay the cards. Just pop this in. Just to remind you, you can screen grab that, or you can go and visit the page on my website where it's all drawn out for you. So this card and this card are the trap, and they're the first 2 cards before we look at anything else that we're going to look at. So I'm looking at what is the trap. Ooh, magic internally, because this side of the reading is all the internal energies. This side of the reading is the external. So internally, we're dealing with magic. Externally, oh, that's a tricky one. Right. It's trying to throw me off, but I'm going to find you a message. You see, I would say immediately that this is a frequency of not being able to externalize your magic, not trusting enough in lifting your heart back into the real world, because there's been a suppression that we've all been going through for the last 2 years. So the magic is there in the physical world, and I'm being shown it as something almost minuscule, and it's your internal frequency. And because these are the electrons that flash in and out of dimensions, if something's going to be magic, then for real, It's not just in this dimension. It's in the veil. It's in the time before time. It's in the space at the end of time. So these are the kind of energies that flash in and out, and they flash in and out something like 3,600 times a second. It's a really massive energy. So Twitty, I am going to look at the energy frequencies, but okay, maybe we will do it that way. I was going to do the whole reading and show, but maybe we'll do it that way. I think you're probably right. So Sweat Lodge and Seer. So I'm assuming Sweat Lodge is your card 3 and Seer is your card 6. Wassail, bright star 33, wassail, turn your ray, wassail, clarity. So in this one, I'm waiting for the answer on Sweat Lodge and Seer, whether Sweat Lodge is 3 and Seer is 6, and then I can go on with that. And then if you've laid yours out, we'll do it this way. I never know how we're going to do these things. On my left, it's really difficult because I've got the whole thing upside down. So if it was that way, look at the numbers. Is Sweat Lodge 3 or is Sweat Lodge 6? Wassail plasma photon. That's okay, Duchess of Elsewhere. I'll come to it in just a sec. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm actually on the back of this. I'm going to write that down because otherwise I'm going to forget because the comments keep going up. So you've got, Duchess says she's got, where's it gone already? Magician as card 3. And 6 is the 6 of Wands. So Sweat Lodge is 6. What was the other one? Sweat Lodge and Sweat Lodge and I can't find it. Twitty, I can't find it. Sweat Lodge and the Seer. Okay, so now I've forgotten what you said. Sweat Lodge and the Seer. Sweat Lodge is 6. I have to write it down. 6 is Sweat Lodge. And the Seer is 3. So, come back to this one in a minute. Let's go to that one. Just pause a minute. Let me get through these two. And then other people tell me I will lose track. I'll lose seeing the thing. So let's start with Seer as number 3 and Sweat Lodge. So the Seer is internal. So this would be that your trap is between internalizing what you get as a vision within your third eye, and the Sweat Lodge is being able to actually bring that image through and the Sweat Lodge being that place where we in the real world often go so that we can express the energy or sense the channeling the natural world's sort of esoteric energy coming through. It's about not being able to bring your inner eye, third eye, channeled energy into the real world. It's like, I mean, I don't mean that it makes you sweat thinking about it and panicking. It's more to do with you're kind of trapped in the Sweat Lodge. You can't seem to get yourself out of the Sweat Lodge and into a kind of calm, relaxed feeling with that word, with that world together. Are they mirror numbers? I can't remember. I was going to look it up. Sweat Lodge and the Seer, Sweat Lodge and the Seer, Sweat Lodge and the Seer, Sweat Lodge and the Seer. Sweat Lodge is 60. is 54. So is it 45? I think it is. Which in itself, yeah, look, that's really interesting, because then that means this is what Kathy has. So the mirroring is your inability to mirror your inner self to the outer world psychically. So Magician and Six of Wands. If the Magician is your inner card and the Six of Wands, the Magician is about working with all the elements. So internal work, this energy down this side of the deck, is to do with wands, cups, and swords. And externally is about putting the energy of pentacles in, to bring your energy that you've understood, the ideas, the emotions, the editing into the real world. And so if you've got the Magician, it's suggesting that you've got this powerful materializing energy that's trying to bring itself forwards to take you from internal work directly into the world outside of you, the external world. But having the Six of Wands as your trap would mean that somehow you can't get victory on what you internalize to externalize. Somehow you can't, and it's a very similar message to this, is somehow your heart in this message doesn't bring the magic forwards. You don't lift the energy up with enough self-belief. So with the Victory card, you're not reaching that point where the inner turmoil, the construct of you building with the Magician something magical, something to materialize, doesn't ever get to its victory point. So yeah, they look like positive energies, but they have to be seen as a trap. So that's what you're trying to read in this one. So what's somebody else got? Do you know what? Do it that way, Duchess. We can only find out what happens if we do these things. So Wild Wolf Woman has got Sacrifice on 3 and Soul Retrieval on 6. So let's see if I can find that. Sacrifice. It's easier if I have them. I don't have all these oracle decks that you have. Sacrifice. Sacrifice and Soul Retrieval. Soul Retrieval. So 3 and 6. So immediately the message that you would see with this is letting go of something. There's something within you that you work on over and over again to transform, and yet somehow you're transforming the incorrect energies to achieve. You see, look, she's holding the butterfly that was in the chrysalis, and yet when you take it into the real world, somehow you still feel as though you are trapped within the chrysalis. So the energy of the butterfly, the newness, isn't taking flight from within you, because somehow 44 and 49, yeah, but that's a lovely 4449, which is like a divine healing. It's like you can't complete a divine healing. And I would say that at the moment that would have a frequency of inevitable change, because we're in the 444 is reminding me of the Jupiter trap, the prison that we can break out of at the moment, especially with the 9 in it. So in terms of the number, it's a really nice numbering. So let me just write that down, because I think I'm going to suddenly start screaming when I don't understand. So that was Kathy. 3 is Sacrifice. And 49, and that was 4449, Sacrifice and Soul Retrieval. Okay, that's okay. Megan, let me just see if I can tune into this. So you've got the Knight And night is always something very teenage. I would say that within your interior work, there's an energy of an impatience. Nights have that energy of wanting to rush forwards, to bring something new. And then the traveler is the journey. So somehow you've got all the right energy internally, but somehow you're not traveling down the right paths, would be the energy I would get from that. So somehow not creating the true path in the outside world. It's like I want to say there's some part of it like you're rushing ahead on like a spiritual impatience that doesn't set the frequency properly to move forwards. The Jupiter trap is a prison, a 444 frequency that sometimes we see as an energy of ultimate healing, but it can actually be an energy that traps us. So, card 3 is the Hunter, and card 6 is Magic. Okay, hang on. 3, Hunter, and 6 is Magic. So we need to find the Hunter. I need to find the Hunter. So the Hunter and the Magic. Hunter being 3 is your internal energy frequency that's buzzing through all the dimensions, and this has got an energy of confusion. This is like an inability to find your truth within your mind. When you do the work that you need to do, you can't seem to see how it would work, and so you're never really sure of the direction forwards. And the energy of 6, the magic being in the real world, it's exactly that. You can't pull in the magic if the energy of the Hunter hasn't become a unified energy, because this is always an energy that feels like it needs to be calmed and tamed. There's power in this from the bear, but there's an energy of looking in 2 different directions, not knowing the best pathway, everything being, are you a bird? Are you a land-living creature? So it's like never quite knowing yourself, and yet it's a divine energy. So I'm just going down to look. We did that one. Margaret, when you say you have 3 and 19, do you mean in the Mystical Shaman deck? It's easier for me if you put the names. I have a flower oracle. Deck 3, 25 is red chestnut, and 6 is 16 honeysuckle. I don't know. Meg, close your 9 down. You mustn't look at your 9. That's the solution. No one look at their 9s. Naughty. Getting ahead of yourself, although I do know what that one is because it turned over. But the 9 is the secret. That's what you get at the very end. So I haven't read that one. But let me go to, even though I don't know this deck, 25 red chestnut and 16 honeysuckle. So I want to say that channeling an energy on red chestnut, whether it's what it says in the book, I don't know. Red chestnut is something to do with chest. I don't mean because it says chestnut. Chestnuts are used quite often in healing a bronchial infection in horses, hence the horse chestnut. I mean, this might be a sweet chestnut. I don't know, but I'm channeling the notion of it being to do with a breath. Prana. So somehow within yourself, you don't do you might do breath practice, but somehow your breathing practice isn't serving you in the way in which you wish it to. And then honeysuckle is having a kind of a sweetness, a perfume, an essence, a truth, but also an ability with honeysuckle to go out into the world, because the chestnut, the internal energy of your personal Yggdrasil tree, is a very big, proud energy, and it pulls together the frequency of others. There's a kind of candelabra kind of feel to the fronds that the flowers grow on. And the honeysuckle is a completely different plant. It's about sort of an inability to weave your frequencies into the real world as your true essence, because there's something about your breath not matching your reality somehow. So, thanks, Clarity. So you've got 3 magic and 6 drum. I'm writing these down. It's a lot of magic coming out. Magic and 6 drum. So that's an interesting one. So with magic being internalized, it's, as I said, it's having the ability to understand the magic within you, but the magic somehow not being in its fullness. It needs to be externalized. It's like a dream energy. Oh, someone had coyote. I need to go back to that. I've missed them out. I will come back to that. I'm going to look for it. What's fascinating, magic is 6 and drum is 6, just as numbers. So if magic is your internal one, this smallness, this inability to kind of, it's almost like, I don't know whether any of you've seen that film Stardust. I go on about it a bit of much at the moment, but it's a really fun film. But the woman who plays the falling star, when she's really happy, she kind of glows. And that's this energy. We're not glowing the magic outside because we've all been pushed in the last 2 years into internalizing everything into our sacral so that we can learn things about ourselves. Oh, fabulous. Honeysuckle's one of Hecate's bushes. And then drum is about a new rhythm. So it's almost like I'm being shown Morse code. It's like you can't seek, you can't externalize, you can't lift up the internal magic rhythm that would create you as a kind of magical being, you know, that kind of energy of coming forwards into something. So that's what I would get from that, is not being able to, again, and it is a lot. We're getting this repeat message of externalizing magic because so many people are pulling magic in their reading, which we did pull for the collective. So who had coyote? Definitely saw the word coyote ages ago. Someone had coyote. Coyote and something else. Coyote. I'm going all the way back. If you're the person that had the coyote and you want to write it in again so that I can see. Why am I not seeing it? I'm skim reading because I looked up and I saw coyote. Now I can't see coyote. Come on, coyote, where are you? I'm sure somebody wrote they had coyote. Why can't I see Coyote? Why can't I see Coyote? Oh, Meg, we can sort the breath work out. Okay, I can't see Coyote. I swear somebody said they had Coyote and something else. And I was like, that'll be a good one. Oh, it's not there. I feel like you've probably vanished now because I missed you out and I didn't mean to. Okay, now there was someone else that had something that I don't know at all, but I'm still going to go in there. I've lost that one now. No, the tester trap is not for Oracle decks. It's for anything you want to use. I'm using a combination of 3 Oracle, and then the remaining 6 cards are Tarot. It was Coyote and Taming of the Wind. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Did I write it down? No, I didn't. But well done. Thank you so much. You remembered, see? That's why you're a rememberer. You remember us. Coyote and the Taming of the Wind. Taming of the Wind, where are you? Taming of the Wind, where are you? Oh, there we are. Taming of the Wind. So, Coyote is a 3. And Coyote represents divine detours. So it's like you get caught in spiritual cul-de-sacs. So spiritual cul-de-sacking is a term where we wander off down a pathway, absolutely certain that spirit is leading us down that pathway. We are meant to go down there. All the signs are there. All the synchronicities are there. And you get to the bottom of the pathway and you realize there's actually no more road. There's just, it's the end of the road and you have to turn around and walk back. So this feels like an energy here where the trap is constantly getting down to the bottom of the path and finding somehow you've gone in the wrong frequency. And I want to say that the Taming of the Wind is like there's a spiritual whirlwind in your reality that spins around that needs to be stopped. It needs to be handled so that you can actually see what's the true divine detour and what's the detour that you've gone down because you're listening more to others than yourself. That's what you would get from those two. Yeah, spiritual cul-de-sacs is something which I think is going to come up more and more for people because I think spiritual pathways are transforming. We've reached, the breaks have been on for 2 years and we've all been led into a spiritual cul-de-sac in many ways, which is our own sacral. Reaching a part where we go inside ourselves and ask ourselves, do we really love and trust our frequencies? And we do need to ask that, and that is a spiritual cul-de-sac. It's a dead end. Your sacral is where you have to face yourself, and when you can face yourself, then you can turn around and walk a new path. And so in many ways it's a divine detour. It's a pace we were all meant to go to. I've got to move my fan slightly. It's making my eye a little bit weird. Just give it a little bit. I can always lean back like that if I need to be in it, but it was really blowing in my... I'm taming the wind over there. Now, there were some other ones, and again, I don't know all the cards, but I saw some other ones. So, Sad Embrace and Magical Prayer on the Enchanted Map. I don't have a deck. I have seen it. It's Colette Baron-Reid, I think. So, Sad Embrace. Sad Embrace, I want to say the Sad Embrace is feeling immediately as I'm channeling like an energy of grief, of loss, of a kind of the energy of Broom in the Lenormand deck, that energy of self-punishment for something which you don't really, it's almost like it's like an energy of being caught internally, of sort of thinking you're not worth it, not having enough. That's the Sad Embrace, because it's an internalized energy. So it's how you're embracing yourself is with some kind of sadness. And I definitely think there's some loss involved, either grief or the loss of a loved one in some way who's walked away or you've walked away. And then the Magical Prayer is like, the energy I'm getting is, so this is you, Petra. Sorry, I just needed to check. It's an energy of holding a magical prayer, saying magical prayers, but because you're not embracing yourself enough, it's like you feel like your prayers go unanswered. And then that further adds to the energy of you feeling in a sad embrace energy. That's a tough energy, but you will get through it. The solution will be in this to help you move forwards. Wassail Paris, wassail alley right, wassail Yeti girl co. Wassail Mafe Martinez. So here's another one, I think. Brilliant Beliefs. 6 is 45. Brilliant Beliefs. Luminous Life Force. From the Priestess Oracle deck. Fran, what's number 3? I need both. I need 3 answers. Oh, there it is, above. 3, 38. Sensuality, Feminine Wisdom and Passion. And then Brilliant Beliefs, Luminous Life Force, Personal Power. So, sensuality and feminine wisdom. I would say it's the energy of, it's so funny. There's a woman who I haven't watched for a long time who I adore. And I really don't want to go on about her here, but it feels like some of the things that she said are coming through in your messages. The idea behind a feminine wisdom, a sensuality, is talking about an imbalance. It's like you're working too much on the rainbow fart side that we talk about quite often. And when you're trying to get these brilliant beliefs externalized, there's some kind of luminous life force energy that should be there that's missing. And it's confusing you because you're doing so much work on the sensual feminine side, but somehow you're not doing some kind of work on the molecules. And this is all about the difference between consciousness and molecules within the reading. So that's what I'm getting for the energy of that one. So Wassail Tracy May. Oh, okay, Petra. So now we're going to go on to the pathway, the trap. The pathway that we keep repeating in the trap. So we're going to start here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this one, and this one. And then we'll look at your 1, 2, and 3. And then we'll go to that and I'll look at yours. So the trap here was not being able to summon up enough magical belief to bring it into your heart because, so look, when we say prayers, when we say wishes, when we do things, the universe reads the energy from our heart. It doesn't read our words always as just words. You need to put your heart behind the energy. You need to put your emotions behind your wishes, because the universe is reading it on a wave of heart frequency. So if you have a trauma in your life, when it happens, it's real. It sits here, and whatever you say or do, the energy of that trauma resonates out. And the universe, bless it, holds up a great big mirror at you and shines the energy back. So when you're sad, the universe shines back sadness and it feeds back into you. It's like a circuit. So when you kind of move past trauma and you remember it, you remember that trauma and it goes back in here. The energy of the body remembers that feeling, and that energy comes out once again, but it's not real anymore. It's just remembered. And yet the universe will hold up a mirror and send you that energy again. So all the while you keep living in old patterns, and that's what this is about, changing a pattern. So when you're living in those energies, you're receiving more of those energies. So, Wassail, Aleister, Wassail, Lori Jankovics. Just making sure I'm up to date. So, oh, no, I was leaning forward to do this. It's very confusing. So, card number 1, where do you start on this trap of bringing your magic out of your heart and doing it empowered? So it begins with, ooh, look, harvest, but not yet. Patiently waiting for the harvest. 2, strength. Strength for me, raw feminine, this card. And 4, ooh, the star as a healing. Interesting, all that kind of, there's a real sense of the glittering magic. So in this reading, people, you're beginning in the frequency of the 7 of Pentacles. So you've achieved certain things in life. You've got to certain places, you've progressed, because this is a card of the real world. But when you're waiting on that harvest, you go inside to provide the nutrition for the harvest. Because the harvest is going to be when you've moved down here and brought this energy into the real world. And sometimes this is an energy of inevitable abundance, but quite often it's an energy of a possible abundance, but it can fail. A crop can fail at any time. And so it's about doing some kind of work internally. Wassail, Tracy May. Actually, I said hello to you. I asked for help with these changes. Yeah, I think we're getting these changes. I think it's to do with Jupiter and Pisces. It's bringing a really lovely wish card energy because it's a 9 of Cups frequency. So following this, it's really interesting because I call this actually 7 and 8. It's a natural progression. I call this the raw feminine because this is the point at which the divine masculine has had a moment where after co-creating with spirit, he gets in his chariot, card 7, and he gets a bit whoop, 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 and drives out showing off. So the important part here is that she's taking the beast that's out of control. And in many ways, that's the energy in the Alchemy of Astrology deck that we talk about, where we have a driven ego that leads us into trouble. And then we have a divine ego that tries to bring us out. It's that energy of Shiva and Kali Ma. She's holding the lion by the neck and she's saying, do it again and I'll break your neck. I'll just wipe you out. if you look at the idea of raw masculinity, divine femininity, as expressed between the energies of the magician and the high priestess, there is an energy where there is the raw masculine, the emotional masculine, and the divine masculine. Just as there's an energy of the divine feminine, the emotional feminine, and the raw feminine. But the difference is the direction from which they travel. So she's traveling from pure divine love. I'm not trying to gender this because men and women are different. They are in some ways, but it's more to do with just understanding energies within us. Consciousness versus molecules, divine rage versus a kind of earth rage. They're just different frequencies. So this raw energy of absolute need to survive and live in the real molecule-driven world will just come up to this way and eat everything, kill everything for survival. It's survival instinct. Now, this energy is love. Now, if this energy is coming down and she thinks this frequency, this raw masculinity, is likely to cause harm, she will kill it to maintain life. It's just a different energy of our consciousness versus maybe, I don't really want to say gut instincts, but I do mean that thing that we have where we feel that we have to do certain things before we engage our mind on them. So it's about a battle internally between, it's very Sagittarian energy. It's very much the centaur. Are we animal or are we civilized, bestial or civilized? And that's this battle that we're talking about now. A bestial energy will be, I have a debate with you, you say something I don't agree with, and therefore I know you are wrong and I will not tolerate anything and I will become angry with you. The civilized version of it will actively listen to you and will rationally open new ideas, whether you, the other person, believes it or not, but they will engage in a process of understanding that you need to respect everyone and everyone is entitled to have some kind of differing view. That's how life grows. So that's this energy moving through, is to try and connect to the difference between bestial and civilized, to harvest the energy of bringing these two into an alignment. And that is the magic. That's the thing flashing in and out all the time that we're trying to catch and then bring forwards. So the next card in this series, the Star, is talking about the beautiful healing, the connecting with the wonder of truth, of that. It's like a shimmering energy is the frequency that needs to come forwards. Okay. So that's the internal journey, harvesting the balance that creates the magical healing that we bring to ourselves, and then the energy that we're going to pull into the outside world. So now let's have a look at what you've got. You see, I kind of want to say, I hope that makes sense, but I know it does. Wassail, say you saw me. So I noticed earlier on, Kathy's written down, she's got, no, I can't do 5, 7, and 4. I need 1, 2, and 3, Kathy. You're jumping too fast for me. I want 1, 2, and 4. 1, 2, and 4. Maybe I'm missing it and not seeing it. Maybe you wrote it so long ago. I'm going backwards, Kathy, to see if you wrote it earlier. I can't find it. You'll have to write it again. I'm going to come back to it. I'll do somebody else who's got the 1, 2. Right. Clarity's got 1 death, 2 empress, 4 hermit. So I didn't see what your trap was, but I'm just going to read this. I have to read it as I channel it. So death reversed is like you start out from a place of no change. You start out from a place of very fixed energy. And that's natural. You know, if we're starting somewhere, you've got to start somewhere fixed. But it would be a sense of starting out somewhere having at some point transformed. But it's a very fixed, it's not moving at that point. And then, where's it gone? Empress. So Empress is to move everything forwards that is blocked, to bring that word again that Rob hates, fecundity to your inner being. But there's something that's wrong about the Empress being as an internal energy, because the Empress is about externalizing. So it would make more sense in an internal energy to have the High Priestess. So if you're in an energy of unchanging fixedness and you've got the Empress, it's almost like I want to say you're throwing out and throwing away ideas that could benefit you somehow. Because the Empress is about bringing life to things. So you should be bringing life to all that's dead with the Death card. And what's your third one? The Hermit. So now I'm getting a different energy. With the Hermit coming down, I'm getting that sense of the frequency being isolating, self-isolating. So it's like you're birthing everything within your own dream world, within your own reality, and you haven't worked out how necessarily to, I kind of want to say, unfix the rigidity of where you started. It's like you've moved through emotion. You've birthed all these amazing new ideas, and then you've brought them inside yourself, but there's like a sense of an unwillingness to be Virgo, to be mutable, to make transformations. It's like you're witnessing, you're understanding, you're processing, but you're not actually lighting the internal lantern of the sacral to bring your light into the world somehow. So, Elsa, you've got the Knight of Wands. The 2 is the Page of Wands. And then lightning. 3 lightning. Oh, yeah. Thank you. And 4 is the 9 of Wands. So, Elsa, can you I'm just going to drop down. I know this is difficult to do, but could you just tell me what your 6 is? Because I didn't have your 6. And I kind of need to know the trap. If I've got the lightning, I need to know what your 6th card is. I will come to you, Twitty. I can see it now. I'm just waiting for Elsa to tell me what her card 6 is. So the Andean cross. Okay, so you've got lightning and the Andean cross. So the lightning, I just need to go back slightly for yours. Lightning and the Andean cross is 3 and 6, is the frequency of an inner truth being trapped. It's like you're reading yesterday when you had to pull out the 9 swords. If you look really closely at that card, Elsa, there's a figure in the background of the card, and there's a sword sitting here in the heart and the sacral, and it's like the sword in the stone. Only you can pull out this sword and wield it, and when you pull out that sword, you would move into the energy of Andean Cross, pure source bliss. But I feel like the sword is stuck. So let me go back to see, because now I've lost. Well, I really have lost the other part of where your other cards were. There was Death and Hermit. Oh, there we go. The Knight of Wands. So the Knight of Wands of all the court cards represents the beginning of a spiritual journey. I know you've been on it for longer than that, but that's not the point. Within the trap, you keep feeling like you're in the starting blocks with the Knight of Wands. So, and it's reversed. So it feels like you feel like you don't even hear the firing block. You don't even hear you're facing the wrong way somehow. So you're constantly, you consider yourself always at the beginning, even though you've been on a journey that's really long and has been really healing, you still keep seeing yourself as at the beginning of it. The Page of Wands followed by, no, Knight of Wands, Page of Wands, and the Page of Wands is upright. So, hang on, I'm doing that the wrong way around then. I've read that the wrong way around. So, it's very similar. You start off, I'm picking up that card because it represents it on the table. You start off with the Knight of Wands reversed. That's the teenager energy. That's the frequency of wanting to burst into everything. So you're being given the right firing frequency. It fires, it burns forwards, but because it's reversed, it's like it's running in the wrong direction. And then it comes into the Page, which is like you getting a handle on a kind of an impetuousness that you have, and I would say a kind of mixture of raw and earth anger that sits underneath, quite fiery, quite powerful, but something that slightly frightens you. So you step back to a younger energy each time to sort of calm the frequency down. And it's when you step back that you realize that the knight is hurting. The knight still feels the pain of the sword in the stone, the sword in the chest, in the lightning card that needs to be lifted out. And then you have the Nine of Wands as card 4. The Nine of Wands is spiritual warrior energy. It's the energy of having been overburdened and being on a spiritual war path. But I think the energy here is the war path. I still think there's some kind of frequency within you that still seethes, that's not allowing you to be free of it. So you've done amazing, work to change things, but there's still some aspect that's holding you. It feels like a need for closure on something, on a kind of closure that I don't know that you'll ever get. And so it's closure that you have to create yourself somehow. That's why I'm picking up. Oh, I wish it wouldn't do that jumping. So I'm going to jump back. Oh, you are a Virgo hermit. Oh, wow. You see, this is what I love. I just want to say, Reem and I were talking a lot last night. I'm sure she's still around. She'll be taking notes. We were talking about the wonderful thing. When you do spreads, there's a very tense energy that can come from a spread, because when we just riff with cards, you get everything just kind of opens up and you see lots of different stories forming and energies swimming around, and it's trying to hone in and focus to find a truth. When you do spreads, they're very, very precise because each card's position or house is a page, a title of a page, and then you're given the content that's in that page. So it makes reading the story much more of a clarified journey. And sometimes it can be harsh, can be very uncomfortable energy. Reem did me a reading last night because we do each other readings just to play at things and to explore. And there were moments in her reading where the story she was seeing was so truthful that she almost couldn't bring herself to say it because it felt like a sort of, not a betrayal of friendship or anything like that, but just a kind of a fear to be that rawly, beautifully honest. But she did it, and it was all true. And that's what's so interesting about doing these kind of spreads. They don't hold back. They really go in, because the point of these journeys, this is, I have a friend, Val. I know she won't be watching, but hello, Val. She's my beautiful librarian friend. And she always says that this is like, she always calls tarot and any kind of oracle work, she calls it working class psychotherapy, where you actually get the answers. And then it's down to you whether you want to work with them. She says, but it gives you nudges when you might not have the necessary understanding to find that pathway on your own. So it's important energy. I feel like I lost my thread slightly there. But thank you, Reem, for beautiful reading yesterday. So, Twitty, we have 1, the Queen of Pentacles, 2, the Emperor, and 4, the 9 of Pentacles. So, I just need to go back and remember what your trap was. Seer in the Sweat Lodge. Seer in the Sweat Lodge, you begin... You see, your inner energy work, Queen of Pentacles is card 1. That's a very Mother Earth energy. It's a very beautiful, confident frequency. And now you see, and now they're drawing me to your sweat lodge. I feel like when I said earlier it's not literal sweating, I feel like it is in a way. I feel like it's an energy of perspiring at the notion of doing what you're meant to do, embodying your Earth Mother frequency somehow. So you have the energy of the Queen of Pentacles. And then your next card is the Emperor, emotional masculinity, pruning, gardening of the soul. It's also symbiotic existence. So it's somehow, it's almost, I want to say, I think there's an energy from the Queen of Pentacles of an illusion that's put on you by others that you don't believe in yourself. So you're pruning your image to try and work out your truth, your inner sovereignty, and that's where that 9 of Pentacles comes in. And you've got, sorry, I have to go back and look. Seer, your inner eye. You're doing the inner psychic work to improve. It's almost like, imagine having a projector showing the image of who you are, and someone else is firing a stronger projector in it. So they're projecting an image of you that wasn't the one that you intended everyone to see. That's the energy I'm getting, because the 4 is being in your own sovereignty, but somehow the energy of it is someone else's perspective of what your sovereignty is to them, not what your sovereignty is to you. That's what I'm seeing. So, Albib. 1, the Lovers. 2, the 3 of Pentacles. 3, the 7 of Pentacles. And 4... Oh, you got 2 decks. 3, the 7 of Pentacles, and 4, the 7 of Pentacles. Can you, Albib, can you just give me those again, but could you include card 6? I should have said that from the beginning, but because I haven't necessarily read everyone's trap originally. You've never heard of the Andean cross? Ali, you've not been paying attention to my readings. I'm going to show you the Andean cross. Here it is. And this is like the energy of your sacral, unblocked and resonating with source frequency. So, Wassail Mark K. Cool, Twitty. It's got to be your sovereignty, not the sovereignty other people put on you with expectations. So Meg, let's move to Meg for the moment. High Priestess, 1, 2 9 of Cups, 4 10 of Cups. So 3 is the red chestnut and the honeysuckle. Okay, with the breathing. So High Priestess is, it's like being in a state of Zen. It's like being in a frequency where what I'm seeing is like the energy of a smoky mirror. So there's something about you're sitting and you're seeing and you're connecting with a version of your divine self, but there's a kind of fog across the image. It's really interesting, Meg. You've got the wish card, the 9 of Cups, as your second stage. So High Priestess, powerful esoteric energy, controlled by the moon. That's water. And then you've got the 9 of Cups, Jupiter in Pisces, this current energy from 29th of December to the 10th of May is there resonating within you and bringing you the ability to have that energy is breath work. Somehow the smoky mirror is created by your inability to suck in prana as a word so that you understand it, but it's chi, it's life force, it's kind of source magic being there. And then you've got the 10. So there's something about your mind, your esoteric energy understands the concept of how to create emotional strength, emotional satiety, that ability to feel totally enabled by your dreams and wishes. And yet somehow you're not able to bring in the correct breath to charge that energy through your molecules. The understanding of it's all completely there, but you're not charging it into your frequency. So who have I got now? I just saw one. Where did it just go? Petra. Queen of Swords, Page of Swords, 8 of Cups from the Light Seers, on the Sad Embrace, and the Magic Prayer. So I just need a sip of water. So Queen of Swords is beginning from an energy of cutting something off. It's interesting. I said that, and it was quite an aggressive action, and it felt like it wasn't something that you did to yourself. I just want a bit of this one. I need like a Need a bit of a scent on me. Bit of eucalyptus. It feels like something was cut away from you, is the frequency that I'm getting. With the Queen of Swords, it's not like a Queen of Swords energy that you embodied. It's a Queen of Swords energy that you were almost pushed into. Page of Swords is like trying to step back from that frequency, trying to change pain, trying to find why something happened, not understanding, and so stepping backwards from it. And then you have that sad embrace, and then your fourth card is the Eight of Cups. So hang on, let me just think about this light seers. So the Queen of Swords, yeah, your heart's been caged up. If you look at the bottom of the card, Petra, the light seers, she's put her heart in a tiny little cage that she's sitting at. The general energy of her is something very, very calm. Page of Swords. Oh, okay, now we're there. Page of Swords is the tiptoeing across the ravine, isn't it? Or is that the Knight of Swords? I haven't got the Lightseers deck anymore. I left it in Portugal with somebody. I'm just bouncing down just to see. Is the Page of Swords the one tiptoeing across a ravine on a sword? If not, can someone tell me what the Knight of Swords looks like? Wassail, Patrick. We're doing Tesla traps, yes. So, oh, Wassail, Eve. Eve has already done a Tesla trap. She went online yesterday and did it for herself. Yes, the paid tiptoe with the balloons. Exactly. I knew it was that one. So let me go back, Petra, to where you were. So that's always about a frequency, and she's reading a book, and there's magic coming out of the book. It's a frequency of pre-incarnation contract. So I feel like this person that's been lost, that was cut out from your life, it was a pre-incarnation contract that you and they signed, and it's painful. It's really hurtful. It's like walking on a sword blade, and yet it was something that you chose would come to you in your life. And this is what I mean about difficult frequencies that come. These messages can be really clear. So it was a really uncomfortable energy that you knew that you had the strength to overcome. It doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but we choose to experience the most mad things in life. And we question why we would come down here and experience them, because they hurt. But it's the idea of the growth that comes from the pain. So I feel like that was that Knight of Swords is stepping back and understanding from that Queen of Swords energy that you were shoved into and locking your heart away, that you've got to step back because somehow you've got to unlock your heart. And then you've got, what's card for? Oh, the Eight of Cups. So the Eight of Cups. I'm trying to remember the Eight of Cups in the Lightseers deck. I mean, the general energy of the Eight of Cups is to move on from some kind of toxic emotional breakdown. I can't quite picture it in my head. Help me, tribe. What's the Eight of Cups card? Oh, no, that's the 10. Oh, Lightseers people, show me what the Eight of Cups is. Oh, walking away peacefully. Is it the one where she's walking across the desert? I mean, the point is, Petra, that is what the frequency is. It's about walking away from something that's very, very painful, but that I want to say that you signed up to do. And there's something about understanding that when we're reunited with people, often after death, in the other place, there's such loving, tender hugging that you will wonder at that moment why you experienced the pain the way you did. It's not an easy frequency. It really isn't. I understand that. But with that page is always represented a pre-incarnation contract, something that we agreed to learn from that was hard. Yes, that's the one. Thanks, Eve. It's the one where they're all submerged. Yeah. Yeah, it's walking towards a new dawn, and that's with card 4. Let me just you're here getting ready to jump to the outside world. So you're moving past that energy. Oh, I keep getting cards stuck on me. So I know I've missed some people out at the moment, but I'm trying to keep a half eye on the time. We've done 90 minutes and we've still got another half to do and we haven't reached the end. So I'm going to move on with this, and I really apologize that I'm not getting to everybody. Wassail, Matthew. Erasure Sacred, people. It's the tune you need. So I'm going to do this one first before I go on to all of you, because it's a collective reading. So when we're missing people out at the moment, and I really don't like missing people out, but we're all getting something from each other's messages, and that's the truth. So we've come through this journey of healing within ourselves, balancing the frequencies of the little magic within us and trying to, with the star card, the pouring, the tempering of the emotions, these emotions, divine rage and earth rage. When we've seen the magic formula, we bring this healing energy and we birth to this frequency, which is, the moon. That's a bugger. To come out in the real world like a lunatic, a lunatic being lunar, moon mad, the idea of being driven mad by emotions. And then this card, 7, it's interesting. Here we have Pentacles. On the inner world, we started in Pentacles, an outer world energy. When we go into the outer world, there's still confusion. There's still this energy of battling. We don't know how to bring the inner trauma to lift our hearts. And the 4 of Cups, which is a frequency of a new opportunity. It's so interesting because then the new opportunity, because there's 3 cards, 3 cups. And in many of these cards, the person reflects only on the lower 3. Here, he's fully engaged at looking at the cosmic opportunity. In this deck, anything coming from a cloud with a hand is some kind of source energy, some spiritual energy, some cosmic gift. It's been noted. And so the person goes on and goes, all right, so I failed. I can do this. I can go in. I can bring myself balance. I can sort myself out, heal myself, go back out into the world again, not understanding any of the emotions, battling on to try and bring the magic out in their heart, and coming back to that point, reflecting on what went wrong, seeing a new opportunity, and going back to the beginning again. So that's the trap, and that's the pattern. The repeating pattern of believing we're reaching some kind of balance, and each time we're not really, because we're coming out into the real world before the knowledge is really settled, before the magical healing has really bedded in to our molecules. Because there's something about the molecules, these 2 sevens, being in the wrong place, meaning you're never really learning the lesson of how to bring your inner and outer worlds into balance. So, Music Mansion, a Tessa trap reading is a reading that finds a pattern that we have that we keep repeating. I'm not going to really re-explain it now, but you can go back to the beginning afterwards, or you can... Oh, look, it's gone now. Oh, hang on, maybe I need to do that. So it's listed on this page on my website. It shows you how to get there. So the trap here is believing we're doing good spiritual balancing work and trying to bring energies to the world before we've really, truly found the balance. So let's go with you then, Twitty, on your 5, King of Wands. 5, no, I need it the other way around. I need it 8, King of Wands, 7, 4 of Swords, and then King of Wands. So your first energy in the outer world, which would be card 8, is the Queen of Wands. So you went from the Queen of Pentacles to the Queen of Wands. So it's like, oh, that's interesting, because then you got the King of Wands and there's a healing in between, but you're not healing it. It's like, again, you're projecting the wrong energy. There's an energy frequency in your reading that matches into this energy of the battle between the molecules and the consciousness, Kathy. So your Queen of Wands is a mirror at the top around your solution. And again, it's round the wrong way. You're beginning with your internal world, the Queen of Wands, the Queen of Pentacles frequency, and your external world is the beginning of an internal frequency. So it's like you're getting a new idea. You're bringing a new idea into the world to heal you. 4 of Swords, 4 of Swords, 4 of Swords. But your Sweat Lodge energy, Sweat Lodge has a frequency of... So what I'm getting, Kathy, is a frequency of... Sweat Lodge has got a key. You have to fit a certain thing. If you look at the card of the Sweat Lodge, there's a figure, but their shadow doesn't match. They can't walk out of the Sweat Lodge or into the Sweat Lodge. They can't be in the next phase through the portal because their shadow hasn't been molded into its true form so that it can be carried with you. It's blocking somehow. Okay. Oh, look, we got my Russian bots again. Hello, Russian bots. I just want to say, stop stealing my website and putting it on your version of YouTube. It's very naughty. I was just saying earlier that when I was looking up for information, whoever deleted it, thank you. Eve, thanks. So yeah, I was looking for my web pages that had the Tesla truck on, and I noticed all my videos are on some Russian site. I hope they're translating them for the Russians so that they can learn something from this. So the healing, the sweat lodge, the shadows, it's like that energy of Thogan that came through the summer solstice, the June solstice, when I was in Portugal. It's a frequency of, she said there was a story which is you can't open the key to your future. You can't go through your sweat lodge door until you've molded the key from your shadows. I feel like you're not molding the key. I think I want to say you're hiding from your shadows. I don't think you're not doing work. But I almost feel like that projection that I said earlier of an image of you that's not you is people putting an image on you that has no shadows. So they're not including your shadows in the image of you. And you know you've got all those shadows behind you. And so you need almost to show your shadows. And that's why you can't get in the sweat lodge. And that's why the King of Wands is like ramping up the fire and almost like burnishing off the projection screens that are showing the version that you know of yourself and the version they know of themselves. And then there's nothing to project. And so you return to the Queen of Pentacles. So, Naringa for the full 8, 7, and 5. So, for the fall, where we came from, that's a new beginning. Naringa, can you just do me a favor? Can you just write down all of them, and then I'll be able to do it? I can't quite work it out from that. So if you could just write down, it doesn't matter if they're in them, just do them as numbers 1 to 8. I'll work it out when I see it. Parry. 8 is the 4 of crystals. You might have to just give me them in terms of what crystals represents in that deck, please. Sorry to be awkward. Oh, Twitty, that's the thing. These are really I do think that this Tesla reading, look, I created this reading and it kind of grew in my understanding of it because it is a magic code. I feel like look, I'm going to skip forwards. Twitty, what's card 9? I feel like I can't leave you sitting there in that energy. So tell me what your card 9 is, and then we'll do similar. I feel like I can't read someone's trap and then leave them there. Sorry, it's wrong of me. Yeah, that's true, Eve. The Celtic Cross card 8 does show how others perceive you. It's not wrong how others are perceiving you, Kathy. They love you. That's not the energy. It's not. They love you, but what they're not seeing is your fullness. They're only seeing you, I kind of want to say, in a kind of mother frequency, because that's what the Queen of Pentacles is. So 9 is the drum. It's such a beautiful. The drum is your own tune, not theirs. It's lovely. They love you, and that's a beautiful thing. But they have to give you your truth. They have to give you your energy. The top of my head's gone all bumpy. It's raising up your truth, and it's a 6. It's to be in balance, your balance. You can also, I'm not going to get onto that yet, but you can also turn a 10th card, which shows you what your new step for the next track that you got to work on. So, Kathy, it's a beautiful ending. It is about your projector being brighter than the projector everyone else puts on you. Okay, so there we go. We've got Naringa now. That was perfect timing. Well done, because you got your message through. I just need to pull it down so it doesn't move for the moment. So 1 was 2 of Pentacles, 2 the Moon, 3 the Hunter, 4 the Fool, 6, I can't see that one, 6 Magic. So, yeah, hang on, I had that. Let me go back to your thing. So you had the Hunter and the Magic, searching around for the magic that you couldn't find. So your journey down, 2 of Pentacles, the Moon, and the Fool. So 2 of Pentacles is a frequency of change. 2 of Pentacles, the Moon, changing, but not knowing what you're changing to. Not knowing what you're changing to, and that's that Hunter energy, that confused energy, Naringa. That you have to change each time you want to make those real world transformations. Oh my God, I really thought I heard thunder then. We don't get weather. We just have warmth and sweat. So that energy of looking both ways, that's again that 2 of Pentacles, 2 different directions, changing the frequency, moving around. And then you have the Fool. So hunting around for a new beginning, but it feels like it's a really beautiful energy in that your trust and faith in spirit is, I want to say, a bit naive. It's really beautiful, but you're trusting in spirit to help you find that path. So you're not completing your own in a trial. You're not finishing the hunt. So then you're moving to the real world. The Hermit is card 8. So you're having all this trust in spirit, in source, in your guides, and you step out into the world and you feel like an empath in headlights rather than a deer in headlights. There is thunder. Oh my goodness. I'd love to see a rainstorm here, as long as it doesn't knock the mangoes off the tree. They're very precious. So, yes, you're like an empath in headlights. So you're going out into the world and... Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt and say, I know I've half read things, but I think we've now found the method. You just have to, in a minute, start writing down for me all of your cards, but don't tell me the 9th card. I don't want to know the 9th card. So you'll write me, if you're doing the right order, you will write me 3 and 6, and then 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 7, 5. But if you just put them in the right order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I'll read them and we'll get there. We'll understand the processes. So let me go back to Naringa. So you're going out into the real world and it's frightening. It's like, I want to say that the whole world is suppressing your inner truth because you don't know what it is. You haven't hunted it out properly. And so it moves on from the Hermit to 8, 7, 4 of Cups. So I don't know which deck you're using, but the 4 of Cups, oh, I've got a 4 of Cups here. So the Four of Cups is about is kind of usually contemplating fallen cups. What's interesting, I always think about this card, is that the cups are stood up. It's like you've refilled them. You've learned to walk past them so that you can see the new. But in most decks, the energy is contemplating emotional traumas and not reaching a comfortable energy. Oh, my thing just moved. Now I've lost. There we go. And not seeing the new opportunity. So I feel like that deer in the empath in headlights energy is the truth of it. You literally can't see the new opportunity because you're being blinded by the energies of everybody coming towards you because you haven't sealed yourself in to your truth that's behind the version of you you're hunting for. And then you have card number 5, Temperance. What I'm seeing is Temperance is pouring, alchemizing emotions, and I feel like you're pouring cups, but you're filling cups, and there's a leak in this room, and there's something. It's like you're running around. I'm getting that real energy of just being emotionally overwhelmed, and that brings you back to the Two of Pentacles. That knowing need that you have to change something. And not knowing what it is you want to change to. And that is a difficult energy. Not knowing how to seek a change of direction. I want to go back to that fall. I want to go back to that energy where you are trusting in spirit. You have this wonderful, beautiful, naive faith. And we're always saying you should have faith. But there's something about it. We'll see. I need you in a moment to tell me what your 9 is. You can write it down now because I haven't gone down and looked. But the energy I feel, Naringa, is you need to make a decision to hunt out a truth and apply it to the outside world. You need to find your hermit in a truth to apply it. And that will bring you maybe a return to this pattern. But if you don't seek to apply truths, if you just keep going to your fall energy and that beautiful, and it is a really lovely energy, I sense from that, you're just going to keep returning to the same place. But if you return to the same place having tried a solution, you can cross that one off. So let me know what your 9 is. I'm going to look at what your 9 is. Fabulous, everyone. I will get to them. I'm just going to wait for Naringa to tell me hers. Then I'm going to reveal the 9 on this deck. Okay, cool. What's your 9th card, Naringa? What's the solution energy? The Rainmaker. You see? So the Rainmaker is it's Water Phoenix. Look, I want to say your inner truth, your solution, Rainmaker. I need to show you it. That's lovely. So where are you hiding, Rainmaker? This is the Eartha Kitt card. Proceed with caution. When I saw that image of you running around trying to sort of stave off the energy frequency of all these leaks, everyone else's emotions coming at you, being overwhelmed, the empath in headlights. This Rainmaker, she absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, represents, and she's a 6, she represents the frequency of your hermit being found, your inner truth being found. But you will have to try a process. But what I want to say is there's something a little bit like Jean Grey from the X-Men. When she becomes Phoenix, she's a super empath, and actually throughout her life, she's always got this kind of confusion. And it turns out that she's such a powerful empath that she's dangerous. I'm not saying you're dangerous, but what I'm saying is that when your emotions are true to your inner journey, your inner truth, there's such a profound energy bursting forth, the water phoenix wings, that all of that other stuff that comes, you can't stand in the energy. So in Jean Grey's story, Professor X, Professor Xavier, he's been suppressing her power, and when he can't control it anymore, when he's switched off from her, she becomes the phoenix energy, and it's this primordial kind of killer frequency. But this isn't that. This is water phoenix. This is having your emotions absolutely at home. So can I just say, I'm gonna go through things, but if you've written your energy and you've put your 9th card on that, I can't read it. I need desperately to not know what your 9th cards are. So if you've written your 9th card, can you just remove it so that I can't read it? Because it spoils my ability to read the pattern and then find the solution. If I know the solution, I can't tell the story properly. Sorry to be awkward, people, but you can write it again, put all the numbers in again. I'll get there. But I need to not have that last solution. I only want the solution when we've read your trap. I'm sorry it took me ages to work out how to do this. So let's just go down this one. So remember, the energy of this was about not knowing how to, having a kind of lunacy to your solution, returning back to the beginning, having some kind of energy of not understanding the world, because this is the first step in the outer world, being confused, being lost in the outer world. And that's all part of this energy. So you're looking for a way to raise your heart up. What's missing is this frequency here. So let's look at this frequency and see what it is. So the beauty way. Card 4, the healing, is the beauty way. So my sense on this is that you go through your healing and you heal yourself, and when you step your magical self into this new world, you don't like this world. You don't trust this world. You don't want to be in this world. You see this world as something you don't understand. And you need to step into the world, trusting the world, trusting you, trusting your frequency. So the collective message is trying to find a spiritual balance, believing in our place in the world. We can't all look at the world ahead of us, the world we're meant to exist in, and just go, but I don't like this world. Make it that world. Make the world in your mind, in your belief, that frequency. And then that is the world that you can lift up your magical heart in. It's the world that can bring you something wonderful. And sometimes I put another card in. I just thought I'd cut and see if it made sense. But you can do that yourselves. You can find your next starting point. And it would be, like, well, that's beautiful, Knight of Rods. Just that energy of starting over in a new frequency. So let's just dash back. So I did that one. Megan, 3-9, brave and honest traveler. Oh, yeah. 1 star, 2, the 8 of wands. So no, I haven't read those. So I'll do those. I need to put these cards back. They're sticking to my arms. I'm just pushing them all down there. So, Megan, so you have 3 knight, be brave, and the honest traveler. So we've done that one, moving in a new direction. And then we have 1, the star. So beginning in a frequency of healing, of tempering emotions. 2 is the 8 of wands, and then 3 is the knight. So you can see how, Megan, yours is, you start in this wonderful healing frequency, this having been through some kind of huge tower moment and coming back and ready. And then you got the 8 of wands followed by the knight, which is about that sort of teenage energy. So the frequency I'm getting, Megan, from that is you're rushing, you get this healing, and then you're out the starting blocks, you're off. We got the horse right here, his name is Paul right there. You're kind of dashing at it, you're rushing forwards before traveling, you're racing before traveling. It's like running before walking. And then the Queen of Cups. You see there, I'm feeling like I feel like there's some kind of energy, Megan, where the Queen of Cups is coming across as over emotional. So it's like, while I'm being shown this, it's like riding horseback, or so they're showing me an image of you riding a horse. The horse is galloping, the horse is going at the most enormous speed, but you didn't even saddle the horse up, you didn't put a bridle on the horse, you're literally wildly instinctually gripping the horse's mane, and it's thrilling but it's tiring, and you're becoming over emotional and tired because there's no sense of the ride slowing down and you resting. So that's what I'm getting from the first part. And then you have the 8 of wands. Oh no, sorry. The King of Wands, the 3 of Pentacles, and the 10 of Pentacles. King of Wands. So you're over emotional. The King of Wands. I'm seeing the King of Wands as a kind of, I don't mean to be difficult. This is the thing, as I said, Reem was saying last night, they're so pointed, these energies. So I'm seeing the King of Wands as kind of a whip cracker, as a kind of emotional outburst, as a kind of fury that the horse won't stop, that you're racing into something that you didn't really mean to race into, and it's causing you a level of stress. So then you go into 3 of Pentacles energy, and that's great because it's like you've cracked the whip, you've had the outburst, you've had like a tantrum, and then everything calms down. And you go into this frequency of being more like an apprentice and thinking, I went at this too fast. I need to saddle up. I need to work out. I need to polish the bits of brass, get the bit between the teeth, so that you can go into that energy of traveling, not racing. And that's where you get that 6. And we get the 10 of Pentacles. And I feel like then you reach a point where you've done all the right things. You've got all the right equipment. You're ready. You're traveling. You're moving at the right speed. But what you're lacking as you journey forwards is the understanding from the beginning of the inner journey that you skipped over. There's an energy in where you start where you're missing something in your internal creation, your internal desires, there's something either ideological or emotional. I think it's emotional. I think there's a shadow emotion that you're carrying with you that's making your Queen of Cups frequency. Here's a Queen of Cups, yeah. Your Queen of Cups frequency smothering of you. It's like it becomes overwhelming. So tell me, please, Megan, what's your card 9? Oh, bye, Wild Wolf Woman. You probably went ages ago. I'll have some water. Thanks, Ali. Shed of old skin, renewal. But look, a snake can't shed a skin until it's grown. So you have some internal growth that you keep skipping over. So by shedding, and I feel like each time you shed a skin, but I don't feel like you've grown inside your before. So you need somehow, snakes are very much sacred energy, and they're very much a frequency of a connection. There's something to do with, there's a, I feel like there's like we talk about there being a cosmic snake energy and an earth snake energy, and they meet in the heart. I feel like your earth snake, because the energy of the earth's been changing. I feel like your cosmic snake flying in on the 8 of Wands energy has curled up in your heart, and it's too much. It's waiting to bring up the thing. So somehow you've got to charm your molecules to meet in your heart. That's the energy that I'm getting. That's cool. So now I'll go back and see what else we've got. I just need to go back to the right place. So Megan. So who's next? So I keep thinking I can't quite read your name, and I keep saying Albib. I'm sure that's what it says. It's a bit far away. So Albib. So 4, 3, 3, 7 of Pentacles. We've got that one here. Interesting that these things are coming out in the collective and in your readings. 6, the Empress. So that would be you're not able to. So 3 is the internal. 3, the 7 of Pentacles, is about being at a point of harvest. But this is an external energy as your internal flashing electron frequency, jumping in and out of dimensions. So trying to catch a moment in time that will allow you to harvest something in your life. And it's linked in with the Empress as 6. And the Empress is a good card to have as 6 because she's about birthing something into the real world, bringing life to something in the real world. Now, because it's almost like you've got 2 external energies and no internal energy. So there's something about a frequency that you're looking at spirituality somehow not from an internal aspect, but from an external, how you appear in the outside world. And you're wanting to correct something for the outside world, because that's what we have to do, but you're not noticing the correct internal energy. So the trap is that you're externalized constantly. You're bringing about an energy of manifestation, of creation, of that fecundity, but you're not bringing that fecundity from within. You're bringing it from something around you, outside you. It's almost like sort of like buying into philosophical notions, or being, I want to say, almost being cajoled or conned or sold the wrong truths. So it's like other people are coming to you, telling you they have the answers for you, but you have the answers for you. So and there's something about, they're showing me like putting coins into slot machines. I don't mean you're a gambler. I just mean it's like, I feel like perhaps you you're spending, or you're using physical world energies to achieve something that's free and internal in some way. I don't understand that. It could just mean like going to, like a yoga class or something. I don't want to pick on yoga as being wrong. That's not what I'm saying. I just mean there's something about how you're using money in some kind of spiritual quest, and yet you keep not getting the answers. So that's the trap. And then the Lovers, the Three of Pentacles, and the Sun. So the Lovers is that energy of being able to co-create with spirit, being in a frequency of, you see, I'm getting mercurial again. I feel like there are people around you telling you things that aren't the truth. I feel a little bit like, I'm feeling like there's an energy of being taken advantage of. So we have the Lovers, and that's a beautiful energy, but there's something about the Mercury ruling it, that mercurialness, where I feel like you're being sold a wrong deal somewhere. The Three of Pentacles, that's like you see, I feel like you're being, when I said sold a wrong one, what I mean is I think people keep telling you that you don't know anything, that you don't know the truth of the spiritual world, that the things you do are kind of like just apprenticeship things, and that they can guide you to a sort of a better understanding of you, but they can't. Only you know the truth of yourself. And then 3 is that inability to harvest, and 4 is the Sun. And the Sun would be being in a shiny mode, but it's like being in an energy of like a balloon that would pop. It's like something that looks like the sun but isn't. Let me just come back to that and see where 8 goes. 8 is the 2 of Swords. So it's like being, it's like an energy of being inflated, being all pumped up by this mercurialness that's not your truth, is someone else's, pumping your sun up so that you feel alive, you feel the energy, and you go into the real world in a proper energy, a 2 of Pentacles frequency, an ability to turn the world around, change your world. That's it's a beautiful step, but I feel like your sun energy is just waiting to pop somehow. 7 is the Queen of Wands. Seven is the Queen of Wands. You see, I always see the Queen of Wands as holding the fire. What follows the Queen of Wands would be the 6th card, which is the Empress. So the Queen of Wands almost holding back the energy of birthing, the energy of creation. There's something, I feel like you're being buoyed up and you're being I don't know how to explain it, but it's like being sold a fib, and you're feeling that energy of being in Queen of Wands frequency, but behind that energy, that power, that flame, that fire, that sunshine isn't really truly there. It's not fully formed somehow. And then it comes to card 5, the 7 of Wands. Look, you've got that again. You've got 2 of these here in this collective reading. And I feel like that's this energy again. Your inner energy is outer, and in your outer energy, you're battling for an inner truth. It's like the power that you're being fed by, I don't want to say some, charlatan person, because I think they believe in what they're doing, but I don't think it's your truth. And that's the trouble. You're hearing other people's truths and they're telling you that their truth is your truth. And I don't think that's the truth. Your truth is yours. You can look at someone's notion, you can go through with their energies, but that doesn't mean it stays that way. So there's something about I feel like you keep crowning yourself, and then suddenly everything just comes at you, and you're struggling to hold everything back again, and you're returning to that energy on that side. What's your first card? The Lovers. Yeah, returning to a mercurial energy, fighting off, feeling really quite, I want to say proud but disappointed. I think you learn a lesson each time, but you're not, I still think somehow you're connecting with someone else's truth each time and not your own. So tell me what your 9th card is now, please. That's okay, Eve. I can only say what comes through in people's stories. It's very interesting, actually, though. I will just add while we're waiting about your truth is not their truth. That's an energy that we all need to start to accept, because we've got to have a lot of very important debates in the coming months to change frequencies around us. And we have to be able to do that by actively listening to people. And while hearing someone's truth, knowing that it's not ours, but not telling them that theirs is wrong. We've got to have a respect for each other's truths. So I'm just waiting for Albib to tell me what their 9th card is. Yeah, Megan, if you go to the reading that I did, was before the eclipse. It was a series of moon readings, and it was for each sign. It was when I was in San Cristobal, and it was about, it's a very Virgoan energy, but Leo enticed down the energy of the snake. It's about writing your tunes. You have to step your energy. You have to encourage your molecules to have like golden steps, to sing with your footprints, to leave your mark, so that the snake is enticed to follow where you walk. Have we got a ninth card? I'm not sure we have. Maybe Albib's not here after all that. Hooray! 6 of Wands, victory. I just need to go back now. I need to go back to where you wrote all your... I can't find... Oh, there it is. 6 of Wands, 6 of Wands, 6 of Wands, 6 of Wands, going from the 7 to the 6. Do you know what? It's really, really simple. So look, this is the 7 of Wands, Albib, and you've got to take a wand away. What's the wand you're taking away? The other person's shitty truth that isn't yours. Put down that you've been defending yourself with someone else's truth. You can defend yourself with your truth. That's beautiful. So I know this is a bit weird because I can't keep going because I'm holding pause on the comments. So I'm going to get to the next one. Okay, Clarity, you're next. And so I'm missing the comments out, but I'm sure that Kathy and or Twitty and Eve, Everlong Mystic, are looking after you properly because I have to keep sticking with the reading. And if I keep jumping down and I see someone's accidental solution before I've got it. So Clarity, let's look at yours. You have 3 Coyote and Taming of the Wind. Did I have that one? We did do that one, didn't we? Coyote and Taming of the Wind, yeah. Finding a divine, it was a spiritual cul-de-sac. That's it. It was a spiritual cul-de-sac message. So, what's next? 1. Oh, Death, Empress, Hermit. Oh, yeah, we did the first part of this. So it was this energy of not being able to birth your truth. And then 4 of Discs. Oh, no, yeah, 8, 4 of Discs, 7, Queen of Swords, Prince of Discs. Okay, so you know the first part that we went through, the inability to understand the changed energy and what you're trying to birth in reverse, because it's not reversing. The Death card's not reversing. I don't remember the Empress being reversed last time. That's even more true about it. It's this inability to almost bring your inner message to the outer world. And it's like that energy of your Hermit card. You can't light your truth. Hermit's a very odd card to have as 4, especially as it's a divine detour. I feel like there's a little bit of a kind of, I feel like I'm seeing a door. I'm seeing you walk down the cul-de-sac. There's only one bloody little farmhouse at the end, and you're banging on the door because you want a bloody answer. So, the 4 of Discs. Stepping out into the real world. I'm seeing 2 versions of the 4 of Discs. I'm just going to look at it in here. To help guide me, because I'm seeing it in 2 forms. I'm seeing it in the Thoth version, which is a courtyard of power, but it's a courtyard of power where you're waiting for a solution. And I feel like that's the truth of it. But I just wanted to see the 4 of discs in this deck to help you. Where you gone for? Where you gone for? And why have I missed you? I have missed you. Oh, there. I can see it now. It's giving me 2 messages. So there's one which is being in the courtyard, a very powerful energy of it's the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. You've moved into a space, and that is a spiritual cul-de-sac. So you've moved in, and this is Sun in Capricorn, which it's in now. And I feel like hanging on to ideas, hanging on to real world, tangible truths. It's interesting because they're showing me the Hermit again. They're showing me that energy of the... I'm just going to sort of give these a quick spread out because sometimes if they're there, it's just handy. They're pulling back to the Hermit energy, and they're saying that this, all of this, all these things, I'm not saying Marie Kondo your life, but what does any of that have to that clarity? They're not, the real world tangible objects are not the inner truth. It's like, because there's something about that Empress energy, that inability, as I said earlier, to feel like you can birth things into the real world, that's making you almost cling to fiercely to things that you have birthed. So, because there's a really interesting thing in this deck. The white rose only exists in 2 cards. It exists on the Fool card and it exists on the Death card. You've got this in reversal. So the energy is to cut the innocence. I'm just looking for the Empress. Where are you hiding? Where are you hiding, Mrs. Empress? Where is she hiding? Where are you? Seeing everything but. Oh, I thought that was it, then it was the Lovers. Seeing all the other amazing, powerful. Look, there's the Fool with the white rose. The starting out. Again, it's about letting go of something that's precious, but I don't mean that in an object. It's somehow more about a tangible, real world energy that you carry with you that's not your truth, a defining character. I feel like this is part of it, is you can't find the truth of your Empress. I cannot find the Empress card. There she is. See, as soon as we mention it, she comes. And she's in reverse. So what I'm seeing is there's some kind of emotions. I'm seeing this moon and this scythe, this need to cut something that defines you. You walk in a frequency, some kind of energetic certainty, that's some kind of emotional truth that has to be transformed. There's a water lily. You're carrying the wrong flower. You've grown the wrong. I kind of want to say, like, that's the tangible flower. That's this frequency. You've grown the wrong, like a philosophical, like a patent or something that you need to release, that is part of your essence. It's the scent. It's part of a truth within you. And then you have Queen of Swords. Cut the bugger out. Scythe off. It's like scythe off something that's part of your personality that's not serving you somehow. And then Prince of Discs. So that's that wonderful sense of a journey of knowing, and yet you're returning to, I feel like you don't cut it. I feel like the energy comes out. You know what this is. You've got Queen of Swords, fierceness. You know the energy. You know the white rose, the thing that is innocence and peace, but isn't the water lily. It isn't. There's something about this that's it's a living flower, but there's a dead frequency to this energy. It's life. It's full of life, but it's almost scentless. This is emotionally perfumed. And that you've got, again, as I said earlier, upside down, but it's like you're treading on an emotion within yourself, and that's not allowing your inner truth to burn properly. So, clarity, without me being offensive, please tell me what your 9th card was. What is your secret energy that gets you out of this? The staff. That's interesting. That's personal power. That's DNA frequency. So, okay. It's really quite lovely. That's what I like about these. We know the story, we know the trap, we know the thing that we didn't understand until we get that final piece, that part that lifts us. This rose, these, I know they didn't have the full card, but I'm bringing it in because it's about a beginning journey of something that keeps growing in your world, in your timeline, and it's messing with your Empress frequency because it's not yours, it's an ancestor's. And that's why it's not your power. Your power is the water lily. You're meant to be growing a completely different bloom. You are meant to bloom differently. There's a part of, so I want to say that the thing I was saying that needs to be cut away is like an ancestral trait. It's like an energy that someone will have said to you, you're just like your auntie, or you're just like your uncle, you're just like so-and-so. And it's all about telling you that you don't possess your personal truth. Yeah, you have. We all have blood energies within us that belong to families, but that doesn't mean those traits exist within us in the same way, because we're unique. We are our own new tune of DNA. And so somehow, Clarity, it's like being held back. Oh, because this is the waiting room in the Gardens of Babylon, waiting for an animal spirit to let you out. So your spiritual cul-de-sac is not a spiritual cul-de-sac. There's a bloody door at the back of it, and it's your door. It's your door. But you couldn't see it. I almost want to say, because it's covered in the bloody white rose bush of your ancestral frequencies. And you just need to Queen of Swords it, cut the whole bloody briar down and see the truth, your truth. And it's a heart truth because there's a pink and it's a heart happiness. Oh, no, you see, and that's perfect. That's your truth. That's the energy that's holding you. It's almost like you know this then. And you need to define that. You need to be that energy in the entire world. Oh, that's so interesting. You won't be excluded. You won't be excluded. You've got staff power, personal power in there. So thank you for that. Now I've got to go back and find yours again and then see who's next underneath yours. La la la, because I don't want to miss people out. Oh, I don't know where you were. There's been a lot of chit chat going on in between. Petra, no, I've said someone before that, I feel. Oh, hang on, I've got to go further back. Oh, even further back. Oh, my goodness. Right. Clarity, there was yours. So who's next? Divine Virgo Empress. I hope I can get through all of these. If we can't today, then tomorrow I'll come back on and we'll carry on doing these because hopefully you're all enjoying the energy. Oh, I didn't mean to pull all those back. So strength and power and the Eight of Wands. So strength and power, by that you mean, is it like that one? Is it the Thoth? You can't answer me because if I go down, I'm going to lose my place. But anyway, so strength and power, the Thoth deck, in many ways, I'm feeling. With the Eight of Wands, let's find the Eight of Wands in the Thoth and we'll work it with the Thoth deck. So I'm seeing every wand but the 8. And that was a 9. Oh, too weird. The 8 is about speed. It's about messaging. Why can't I see it? Why am I missing it? What's going on? There it is. So, the trap. The inner trap is, as I said earlier in that reading, this is a card of the gates of Babylon, the gates of Ishtar. And it's about entering a courtyard and waiting to do internal work. That's what we're meant to do. I feel like this card, if you look at the two, there's an energy of a square around this card that's least noticed. Instead, you get this energy of the diamond and you get this explosion from within. And this is a card of speed, swiftness. It's a card of messaging. It's a card of movement. I feel like you're coming out without the solution. There's a magic within you that breaks open the gates of Ishtar before the animal of Ishtar's turned up to show you the way out. So, Three of Emotions, Queen of Emotions, Seven of Swords. Yeah, you see, that is it. You're using emotional power to break free an exit where you're working, where you're doing your inner study. So you begin in the frequency of the Three of Emotions. The Three of Cups, it can in some cases have the energy of triple goddess, which I'm seeing now. The Three of Cups. I just want to find the Three of Cups. What else am I looking for? Three of Emotions, Queen of Cups, Seven of Swords. Three of Cups, Queen of Cups, Seven of Swords. Three of Cups, Seven of Cups. Seven of Swords. I am paying attention. Queen of Cups, Seven of Swords. Don't like that Seven of Swords. Never like the Seven of Swords. There's always one card in a deck you're not that happy with. I'm just picking these up to give a representation. I'm not necessarily reading the energies on them. Three of Cups is... it's an energy of abundance. It's an energy of partying. It's an energy of sisterhood. It's an energy of reunion. It's an energy of joy. But what's always fascinating about them is it doesn't feel like it's honest. They're there. Everything's abundant. Everything seems to be perfect. There's fruit. None of it looks very appetizing. There's nothing in the goblet. It's like a kind of starting out in an illusion, in a delusion. And your next card is the Queen of Cups. Incredibly powerful emotional energy. And yet again, there's no water in a cup. All of the water's all around. It's like being in a world, a frequency of emotions, and yet somehow not able to capture the emotions that belong to you. And so this Gates of Ishtar, because the Gates of Ishtar is the energy of love. It's emotional frequency that Ishtar offers. She's like Aphrodite. She's the original Aphrodite of Venus. She's the goddess of love in the Sumerian and Babylonian culture. So the energy here is very much being... they're showing me like being a woman in a kind of barren landscape, but there's water all around you. And I don't mean that you're not emotional. That's not what I'm seeing. It's like a huge amount of emotion. It's like the emotions are not in you, they're everything. Everything becomes emotional, and it's almost overwhelming emotions. It's almost an energy of, like a Houdini trick where there's a figure, there's a tank full of water, and they put a chained up Houdini in it, and they in a cloth bag, and they get out. They're showing me that image. So there's something about, I almost want to say, channeling so much emotion constantly that you can't bear to have it in your cups. It's all around you. It's totally tense. And she is looking at these three like they're some kind of energy of the norms. And she's kind of asking why so much emotion? Why choke on emotions? And then this is a card of exiting, the Seven of Swords. Just, it's like you're doing, there's all the ideas, there's the fires, because that's here in the trap. The Eight of Pentacles, massive amount of inspirational speed, swiftness, but it's almost like the wood is like tinder, and it will go up in flames instantly. It's so readily combustible, and it needs soaking in the emotions. But when it gets soaked in the emotions, it becomes overwhelmingly heavy, like it goes from being a match to some kind of log that just is too heavy for you. And so your editing suite just says, get out the tank. Don't even stand around in there, because every time you apply emotions to the ideas, it's like suddenly you'd need some kind of barge to carry the weight of the emotional truths. It's overwhelming. That's what I'm getting. And then you have the Page of Inspiration. Oh, I see. I know the deck. The Page of Inspiration and the Lovers and the Nine of Materials. The Nine of Materials, again, that's that energy of bursting out. Isn't that the black and white image where her dress is kind of exploding and she's exploding with a cascade of petals? So it feels like you, in your internal world, the ideas that need to become emotions are staggeringly heavy. It's not like they even float on the water. They're made of alder wood. They're just going to sink. They're really heavy. And so you exit and you go into a frequency so that you can go to the page of inspiration, that frequency of lighter, smaller, like a little match girl energy. It's like you internally, this is so powerful. Externally, in the real world, it's almost like the little match girl. There's a kind of sense of like your inner world's way bigger than your outer world, that you struggle to strike the right emotional content in the real world. The Lovers, so the co-creating frequency, followed by what's the this bursting. So the Lovers, The Lovers in that deck has got a kind of disembodied energy to it, if it's the one I'm thinking of. There's kind of like multiple hands and feet, and everything seems quite disconnected. It's got that spread out frequency. So I feel like in your internal world, you could create anything, but you don't know how to bring, it seems too heavy to bring your emotional truths to the outside world. So you're doing it in tiny ways, and it's disembodying you from your truth. It's almost like you need to bring the whole enormous log, wet, damp alder wood, into the world. It's interesting that they said alder, because what is underwater are the wood that we use as the structures to build piers, because alder as a wood grows in damp conditions. It likes to be in boggy kind of places. But when you put it in water when it's been cut, it doesn't rot. It's a very rare wood. But when you then take it out of the water, it will immediately rot away in the air. And there's something about, you've got that air frequency, but you've got this big emotional energy that needs to come out and be fueled up. So, see, 9 of materials is sovereignty. I feel like the gesture is that sense of the little match girl. I don't know why they're shamming all the time, but the idea is you're sparking up. You're not sparking up large enough. It's like, not the match, take the log. There's something about that. So every time you do this, you come into a sense of sovereignty, but it's not enough sovereignty to change this energy. And you keep coming back, and the norms are still saying, when are you going to pick up the big log? You know, you're much more powerful. Why are you only picking up the little matches, the twigs, and bringing them, the little shimmery twigs? It's explosive energy. It's a really massive energy that can burst and break through, almost like you could break a dam, but it's so overwhelming, this emotion, that it frightens you to do that. And it brings you back to the same place where they go, right, can you get the log? And you don't get the log. So what's your card 9, please, Divine Virgo Empress? Strength. I thought you had strength in the earlier card, in that one, but... Or is that... No. It's interesting that you've had the burning reference before, because I can't always remember all of the messages that go to each person. So 2 different decks. Oh, you see, then that's really interesting. The strength is to pick up the bigger bloody log. It's like you're bound by this. The strength is there, but you're bursting out, you're exiting with the matchstick. And the true strength is to just go, I'm going to do it. I'm going to take the whole big emotions. And do you know what? It's tough if everyone else can't do it. Yeah, the Muse Tarot I was seeing in my head. That's great. I love the fact that you had 2 strengths. I like it as well because I picked Thoth. So it's kind of like, I kind of want to show you this because I think this is what it's about. It's about amplifying your truth. It's about having a bigger, more powerful sense, because There's massive emotional power behind this. You know. Why are they always the last ones? It's that. It takes more strength. It takes bigger strength. I know that's Four of Pentacles, but that's the energy of the power, that frequency. The reason why, I just want to show everyone why Spirit put that image of power in my head and not the Strength card, is because this wouldn't have told the story. This is a card that's called Lust. And that wouldn't have told the story in the same way. Okay, so now I need to go backwards. Oh, actually, just before I go backwards, how is everyone? How are you all doing? Do you like the Tesla reading? The trap? It's a pleasure, Divine Virgo Empress. Thank you for allowing me your story, because, you know, everyone's story, you know, sometimes I can shuffle cards, but you can shuffle cards better for yourselves. Not always. I did have a friend who was so nervous I had to take the cards off her and just say, you're just bringing out shit messages because you're scared of shuffling. Oh, we've got a lot of Russians, haven't we, Eve? Well done. They've been stealing my content, them Russians. And then they come in here trying to sell bitcoins and boobs, apparently. So, toddle off, bots. These are the Morgan Greer are very much like the Rider-Waite, but with some slight differences. I'm just being a little bit lazy and I'm going to like pause while I read things. It's not that I'm not going to go on, I am. I have to say that storm didn't turn up. Wassail, Sinead. Yeah, it is kind of that. Just tell me what it is, Clarity. What was your 10th card? Oh, look. I'm going to delete you. Hide this user. Actually, I'm going to report them. Unwanted commercial content or spam. Usually I say it's all pornography. Because I don't even want to look at their sites to know what they are trying to do. Did you just tell me what the 10th card was and I missed it? Yeah, we're going to do some more spreads. We've got a really, really complicated one coming. Also, oh no, I can't tell you that. It's a secret. It doesn't matter you missed one. I saw it, so you were obviously allowed to miss it. I don't mind them at all. They really don't bother me. I mean, we just remove them. The whole point is that it's learning how to see them. Do you know what? I don't even care anymore what somebody says. If they're saying something that's unnecessary, someone will remove them, I'll remove them. If they don't get removed, I now just assume that none of them are real, that they're all bots, so it's not personal. It's just another one of those internet things. Ten of Cups in reverse. So I would say that that's talking about how the solution at first bring you to an energy where you will feel like an emotional, not blockage, but like an emotional distortion, because you'll be so unused to the freedom that the new energy brings you that it will at first feel like a distortion. So then your next pathway will be about building a new processable understanding of satiety, of emotional strength. So now I've done that, I'm going to go backwards. I don't know how far. It's long, I'm sure. And find somebody else. Oh, I've gone right back to the very beginning. What's going on, people? I need to find Divine Virgo Empress's entry. Oh, it's beautiful. Why can't I find it? It's like my whole system's gone weird. I'm seeing removal of people, and I thought that was after. Oh, look, come on. Yeah, there's Clarity's last answer when I finished hers. Elsa's, I will get there. Just, it feels like Megan's. Divine Momentum's. Oh, some reason it's not letting me go all the way back anymore. I'm so sorry if I've missed someone out then. Okay, so drawing momentum. Temperance and the sun. Oh, that's interesting. I have to look at that. I need a cloth. Oh, there it is. I've got a bit of a glossy forehead. It's warm in here. I know. It's freezing cold and snowing and raining in most places. But here it's like a sweaty oven. So, what was I looking at? Temperance and the sun. Temperance and the sun. Temperance and the sun. There's the sun. There's temperance. Now, there's something about this card that I always forget until I come back to it. So, temperance and the sun. Drawing momentum. Again, I'm having to hold the chat back to look at things, to keep the cards there. And so I'm not keeping up with the message. I suppose really what I could do is write them down, and then I can go to the current stuff. So 1, justice. 2, hermit. 3, temperance. 4, magician. 5. I thought for a minute then you were only doing major arcana. I was like, blimey, there's a lot of them. 5, 2 of cups, 6 is the sun, 7, 4 of cups, 8 wheel of fortune. Okay, then that way I will come back. I'm just going to write down a timestamp so that I can kind of find my way back to the next one. So that's about 16:14. Although obviously now, 3/4 of an hour later, I just want to go down to 1 so I can keep an eye on what you're saying. So temporary frequency that I'm getting from this, there's a lot of cups, there's a lot of emotions here, there's energy of needing to temper emotions. That's clearly the theme of temperance and the sun. I feel like you're being, there's an energy of being emotionally burnt. The secret in this temperance card is releasing built up emotions into the Akashic Sea. And I don't think that's what's happening. And I think you're coming out into the real world and there's distance between your consciousness and your molecules. This is somehow what it's representing. There's something that's like a burning frequency between you, between yourself, between your molecules and your consciousness. So you begin with justice. You begin in balance. Oh, you see, and then you're not in balance. So justice, hermit, magician, justice, hermit, magician, justice, hermit, magician, justice, hermit, magician. They're always at the bottom. Justice, hermit, magician. There's hermit. Oi, where's he hiding? The magician. Come on, mate. That's because these cards are so soft. You move 1 and actually 2 shift. So sometimes, there he is. Justice, hermit, magician. But in between that is temperance. So look, it begins here. Justice, hermit, temperance, magician. Remember, this is an internal energetic frequency. What do we see, or what can you notice here about the energies of these cards? I know you don't have these cards, but I'm using them to understand. I would say that they're all holding things. They're all hanging on to an energy. Even temperance is hanging on to an energy. And I said earlier, it's about releasing emotions. Wassail, Penelope. So you begin in balance. You begin in balance. And then you go internal. Do you know what? You don't begin in balance. You mustn't listen to me sometimes. So you don't begin in balance. You begin out of balance and you seek balance by going internal to understand your truth. Okay? You go internally to understand your truth. Are you seeing now they're making this joke, not a joke, but they're pointing out justice is hiding a foot. Temperance is connected to the cosmic Akashic deposit, the dumping area where you let go of old rubbish. But Justice is out of balance because she's not releasing emotional blockages. And then you have the Temperance card, which is it's flashing in and out of your mind, saying to you, you've got to let go of something. So in this card, the truth and the out of balanceness. In this card, the inner light and the staff of power. There's something you're clinging to things all the time. And Temperance is trying to change the energy of the emotions and release them through the foot. And then you have the Magician. He's let go. He's not holding anything in his hand anymore. He's got the frequency. It's got an energy of balance. It's got all the elements. They've come into being. And yet there's something about pricking your finger. Yeah, do you know what, Twitty? This is a lovely deck. It's a very old deck. Obviously, this one's 36 years old. But you can still buy it. It's the Morgan Greer deck. I want to say it's about pricking your finger, hurting yourself, that letting go of something, letting go of the wrong thing, letting go of something just because I've said let go, and then you go to reach out and you cut your finger. So what do we have? Wheel of Fortune, 4 of Cups, 2 of Cups. Wheel of Fortune, 4 of Cups, 2 of Cups. Wheel of Fortune, 2 of Cups, 4 of Cups. Wheel of Fortune, 2 of Cups, 4 of Cups. I'm already getting a message, but I don't want to say it yet. Let me find the other cards. Oi! Trying to slip away now. Whoa! Bugger me. Can't find the Wheel of Fortune. Is that part of your message? Can you not find your Wheel of Fortune, drawing momentum? There it is. So if I'm right, your Wheel of Fortune is 8. The 4 is 7. The Sun. And then the 2. So the Wheel of Fortune is your first step outside. Okay. And there's something, if you look at these cards as we go, there are 2 figures, one falling. There's one figure, but you can't see the other figure. It's clouded from you. In the Sun, we talked about being burnished, there being some kind of energy stopping your consciousness and body from being together, and then trying to find some kind of emotional intensity in the real world, but it's like a storm cloud's developing behind you. So it feels like you're losing a part of yourself. So there's a giant cosmic hand turning the Wheel of Fortune. The energy is you step out and you're trusting, but you're worried of pricking a finger and I kind of want to say Sleeping Beauty frequency. And Sleeping Beauty is a really interesting energy. It came through in a reading a while back, which is to do with the norms. You know, we send in the prince who has to cut through the briars, the thorny briars, to reach Sleeping Beauty and awaken Sleeping Beauty. Who is the prince and who is Sleeping Beauty? They're both you. That's the truth behind the energy of that story. They're both you. It's waking our higher consciousness to our ego self that lives in the real world, however we want to look at it. So the cosmos has decided that it will crank you forwards. It will offer you a glimpse to the physical world of your higher self frequency. It brings your higher self frequency towards you. I know we're seeing them as a man and a woman, but they're really like an energetic twin, but the consciousness has a higher dimensional face that you can't see. We imagine it, but it's because we have to bring an energy of it into the world, into us. But further up, it's a much more profoundly powerful energy. And it's meeting, it's coming into, it's reordering. Look, 3 cups, 1 cup, 1 cup each. That's what it's trying to receive, but it's being held back because there's a natural barrier somehow. It's being held back and it's coming to this, and then it's going out of balance. Why is it going out of balance? There's something about it that's not rooted in reality. He's covered in ivy. Ivy is choking. So I feel like for you, the energy I feel, look, there's an energy of someone falling away, letting go, having to let go of things, physical people, having to let go of physical people. And so you turn inwards in the outside world. I get it now. You're not being allowed somehow, you're being stopped from, yeah, this represents you, but it represents another because it's the outer world. You're not able to somehow develop proper relationship within the real world of you and yourself. It's almost like the only thing you have at the moment in the real world is yourself. Oh, you don't need a lobotomy. You really don't. We're going to get there, drawing momentum. So I'm really, really drawn to the fact that if we look at your 2 halves, in your internal half, we have justice, we have the hermit, we have temperance, and we have the magician. They're all single figures. So somehow in your internal journey, you are one person, but in your internal journey, somehow you're lacking your, I don't know what to call it, but you're like your higher self. And then what's really interesting is when we go to the second half of the message, there's 2 figures in every card. So I feel like there's something to do with the energy being the wrong way round, but it's not as simple as that and it's not as difficult as that. So how do I want to describe it? So you yearn for this. You yearn for physical others in the real world. Okay? And yet somehow you're exploring that. You're not exploring that. Now it makes sense. You're not exploring that internally. You're exploring a solitude internally. And that's a pattern you've got to break, is the belief that you have only solitude. You don't, but there's something around it's all experienced the wrong way round. Okay, so tell me what your 9th card is, please. Oh, such a sweaty face, people. I look, there's going to be a lot of these messages that we do experience together, because, you know, that's the beauty of someone presenting us with the cards that they've picked. Oh, well, we need to learn boundaries for sure. That's very much Characlo. Can you let me know what your 9th card is, drawing momentum, please? Let's get you a solution. I need to put a cloth on my face. It's a bit glossy. I felt like I put my glass on upside down briefly then. Oh, looky at you with the 10 of Cups. So, internally, all that single energy. Externally, all the cup energy, all the emotions, everything being poured up. 10 of Cups is coming into an energy of understanding your emotions. I feel like everything you've had in life so far, the frequencies you've moved through so far, the inability to find or connect with others is giving you a kind of an emotional fog. And you just need to get an understanding of how, I mean, you've called it boundaries, which is very beautiful, but it's not so much about necessarily enforcing boundaries around people. Sometimes it's about, so you can enforce a boundary. Someone can ask you to do something and you say, no, I'm not going to do that. And they're like, what? And then you go, well, and they say, why aren't you going to do it? So they bully you. They use that energy. So trying to enforce a boundary sometimes is a very frightening thing, because actually we're so unpracticed at saying no. We just don't say no. Sometimes you just need to learn to say no. And you need someone, or yourself, look at yourself in a mirror if you've got no one else, and just say, would you do this? And you go, no, sorry. And then you start saying, would you do this? And you go, no. You don't apologize. You just say no. And when someone says, why won't you do this? You just say, because I don't want to. Why don't you want to? I don't. Don't give the people the material to kind of reel you in. Because actually, sometimes saying no, enforcing a boundary, and actually just not apologizing or explaining why empowers you, but it also strengthens you. So the opinion of another is suddenly that they can't manipulate you. So now they've actually got to start being kinder and less abusive. So no is a really powerful tool that gives us emotional strength, but it's hard. When you first decide to say no to people, you have to be really brave. You have to be able to stand your ground, and don't be Don't be forced into things. If someone says to you, but you're being really awkward, you just say, no, I'm doing a spiritual practice at the moment. I'm to say no. Wassail, Cindy. Yeah, I'll be on for ages. I've got loads of people still, Cindy. Go and take Lily out. I'm going through various people. They've dealt their own cards, and we're trying to learn messages. So go and take Lily out. I don't want to feel her bladder on me. I'm really glad, Joy Momentum, because, honestly, those boundaries, we need sometimes for someone to just say to us, do you know what, boundaries are really hard. I can remember when I couldn't do that. I couldn't create boundaries at all. Okay, we'll be here in 30 minutes. Might be different. It might be a bit dark, and I might have to put another light on. But we'll work it out. If I have to, we'll just move down the bed. Ooh. I'm a bit worried because the light's behind me, the other light. There's one overhead, but we might have to shift backwards. We'll just see. I don't know. Plan it by ear. So, yes, boundaries. When I couldn't say no, it was for all those reasons. You fear being left alone. You fear some things. And actually, when you start saying no, I'm saying no to my dad. That was a tricky one. It wasn't a comfortable energy. So, yeah, I started to learn to say no to things just out of self-respect. And that's where no comes from. No comes from self-respect. You don't have to do anything for anybody. You can just say no. I feel like we're getting a bit pixelated as the light drops. Well, we can always move back. And maybe we'll just spin the whole thing around and you can see how rotten the view is here. I've got piled everything on the table to make this table clear. So that was another reading. I'm going to go backwards. Thanks. Truth be told. See, telling the truth again. Everywhere else, it's just beautiful. Yeah, do you know what? I'll be really honest with you. I don't think I realised how important it was until I just did your reading. It's something I went through and I did, and I felt the pain of it, Joy Momentum. But saying no is so empowering. Yeah, see, look, Kathy's, it causes a panic attack. For some people, it's really hard with people pleasers. But you know what? Please this. So let me go back. Oh, I did put a time. 1614 was the last entry. See, I'm learning. Oh, look, it won't let me go back that far. It's only let me go back to 1647. I'm really sorry, people, if I've missed you out. I'm coming down. So I said I would do Elsa, but Elsa, I think you're going to have to write it again. I think we've got to that point now where it's all just comments. It's because I went forwards. You see, I'm learning things all the time. So Elsa and others. Well, I say others. It might be best if we just get Elsa's out first. If you could write me down all your cards, Elsa. And then I can read them. I know I started yours earlier, but just give me them all. Just put them in number order. They don't have to be in the right order. And then, okay, Petra. I'll start with Petra because it's here while you're doing yours, Elsa. Oh, I thought I did do yours, but I obviously didn't do all the beginning. That was the problem, wasn't it, Petra? So you're... Oh, no, I didn't. I think I just did one part. Okay, I'm confused because I've been so many with similar cards. So Sad Embrace. I thought I did Sad Embrace and Magic. Oh, no, I see. You've got the same... You've got the same deck. I thought I spoke to you, though. That's weird. Anyway, so Sad Embrace and Magic Prayer. Yeah, I did do that. Sad Embrace and Magic Prayer we did. That was that energy of grief. So what I haven't done then, Petra, must be your Ace of Pentacles, the Hanged Man. Oh, no, that's the wrong way around for me. So let me go back. I need to see 1, Queen of Swords, Page of Swords. I did that. Did I do 8, 7, and 5? I'm sorry, I am. Petra, just give me a moment. It's difficult because I feel like every time I go into it and keep pulling it back, I go, no, I've just done that. So I don't remember doing Ace of Pentacles. I don't remember doing the Hanged Man. And I don't remember doing the Judgment. So Queen of Swords, I remember. Page of Swords, I remember. The 4, the 8 of Cups, coming to that toxicness in the lights is, oh, yes, 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 yes. Now I'm there. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. Sorry, we did yours in bits. I should have just done it this way in the first place, but you don't know until you explore something. So, I can bring my computer a bit nearer now. That's better. So, and I can read better now because I've not got loads of cards on the table. So the Hanged Man, Judgment, Ace of Pentacles. So you've gone from you've gone from card 4, the 8 of Cups. So yeah, so you went from that need to move past the toxic energy and move into the dawn. And then you had the dawn, Petra. You've got the 8 of Pentacles. That's really interesting. So that prediction that we had from the image of the card is there. Ace of Pentacles, the Hanged Man. Oh, you see, that's interesting. You move into the outside world carrying the grief somehow still. You know you shouldn't. You know that the loss is important to move on, but somehow you're not moving past that energy. So you move towards the Hangman. So you move towards an energy of seeking some kind of static pause, some kind of wisdom. It's like being in a new energy and just stopping. I almost being, I kind of struck dumb. Not knowing what to do, not knowing what to say. I'm waiting for wisdom. Waiting for wisdom in the real world rather than on the internal world. So somehow on your internal world, the energy of the grief, that energy of having been cut off or something, is so startling that you're not able to do the work internally. The work seems to begin for you when you get out into the real world, and it's making you feel stuck, and it brings you to the energy of judgment. But it feels like that judgment, there's something about that judgment being a self-judgment, like an annoyance with yourself, but also it being a kind of cosmic judgment that transforms back into the Queen of Swords, which is cutting you off again. It's a really dark, like a trauma thought pattern that keeps repeating. What's the thing you're missing? So the trap was the sad embrace. and the magic prayer. And that was the energy when we were talking from the heart, the message of the heart not being heard. So the pause, the hanged man is not flowing to the energy of 12, 13. You're not changing your thought trauma frequency. So for instance, I know, and I'm not saying this is necessarily death. I'm going to give two examples. So when my brother died when I was 17, that's a trauma and it's real. And over the last 36 years, it's not a trauma because it's just fact. It just moves on. So in the beginning, I can bring the mic a bit nearer as well, probably make you all hear me loudly. So the trauma of that experience weakens over time. It becomes less. And it's the same with when I left my ex, who I loved. Slowly, the trauma becomes less over time, but it's something that you have to consciously do. So when a pain comes up, rather than it triggering the tears and the crying, it has to for a while. It has to. But then at some point, you have to be able to take that energy and understand that the pain of it is something that you remember, but it's not something that you need to keep using to kind of sabotage your future with. I feel like I might need to just put a light on. The screen keeps going weirdly yellow and purple. Yellow and lavender. Let's see if we can get something with this extra. Oh, give myself a little halo. Whoa! I might have to move. I've got like a line down the middle of my face. Just do that. It didn't work. It doesn't work either way. Well, we'll just have a little line. So if I move really far forwards, then it doesn't do it. So what I need to know from you now then, Petra, is what is your 9th card? What's the secret solution? Oh, I'm sorry you lost your sister. "25 metamorphosis." I feel like that's a trauma metamorphosis. I feel like it's that energy of soul retrieval. It's that energy of change. Metamorphosis, card 13, when we just talked about you keep being stuck in the same pattern. That's what needs to transform, is that last moment of wisdom. Sorry, I need to come forwards a bit or we get that shine. So that last moment of wisdom that's needed to piece together how to transform trauma. So, for instance, I can remember my brother, as I'm sure, say, Sama can remember her sister, and you can allow yourself to fall into a kind of wallowing, pity me frequency. Or you can remember that they're gone, and yes, that is very sad. But you have to understand that there's a finality to that in the physical life. And yet there's a reunion with them in a future life. So you teach yourself to look at the trauma in a different way, and you don't allow the trauma to dominate your emotional energy so that you get more of that reflected back at you from the cosmos. So you need to somehow find a way to lessen the impact that you feel from life. And it's not easy, but we can all do it. But we have to catch ourselves when those energies come up and we want to repeat them. So I think I might have to shift back a bit, people. So Elsa, are you still here? Did you already put it down for me? Yeah, there it is. I found it. Okay, I'm going on to you, Elsa, but I feel like I've got to move backwards. What I'm going to do, Elsa, is I'm just going to write them down so that I can keep up a track, because I like keeping up to track. So one was Knight of Pentacles. 2 is the Page of Wands. Oh yeah, 3 Lightning. I remember that one. 4, 9 of Wands. 5, 4 of Wands. 6, Andean Cross. 7, 4 of Cups. 8, 8 of Pentacles. I nearly wrote 9 thinking you'd written it. I was like, don't tell me 9. We didn't have Neptune's bells earlier. Let's just clear the air as we shift back, because I'm a bit worried about how this is gonna get a bit dark. So look, I'm gonna move you people. Oh, I have to unplug that. Oh. So I will be with you shortly. I'm just looking for one as a deck or 2. And my water, obviously. Let's put the microphone there. Let's move my phone. Hey, it fell over, people. It's got flailing legs. I'll put that phone there. We'll take that little deck there. We got that deck there. Better bring that deck. Bottles of water. Oh, I'm going to have to move the fan. Oh, that fan's not going to reach from there. Right, I need to plug this in, but I need to do it so that as the computer plugs back in, I think I need to move the table so that I can get the fan over the other side. Oh, it's so warm in here. Right, there's a fan. Does it reach the plug? Hooray! So let's see if I can inelegantly sit down. Oh, what have I done with the book? I've just written Elsa's down and I've left the book a year away. Oh, that's what I need, a different pen. I only had a Sharpie, and the Sharpie was making a right mess. I don't know whether you can see me there. We'll get on with it. I'm sure you can just about see me. Oh, Duchess of Elsewhere. I haven't finished yours. We just did your Magician and the Six of Wands. So we should try and come to you. So Elsa. We're here. Let me have a sip of water. I also need a bit of this spray to sort of invigorate. I'm not on my glasses. Nice. Drink water, drink water. So you had lightning in the Andean cross, and that was that thing about pulling out your own truth to light the energy from your sacral. So Knight of Pentacles, slow moving. You feel slow moving. Page of Wands, Nine of Wands. So that was that energy of. So the energy I'm getting, Knight of Pentacles, is the slow moving frequency. It's a slow journey. Stepping into the page. Was it? Hang on. I feel like I've written that down wrong. I think last time when I talked to you, I read it as the page, the Knight of Wands, fiery, fast energy. I feel certain I said it that way. Knight of Pentacles reversed, Page of Wands. Elsa, I misread you the first time. So at least we've got it the right way around now. Because I was seeing, as I'm sitting in that energy now, I'm seeing something completely different. Not seeing that same frequency. I wonder whether this is... I think that's better. I think it just needed to go back a bit. I kind of want to... I'd like that little line to go away. So I was getting a different image with the channeling frequencies here. So Knight of Pentacles going to Page of Wands. So what I'm seeing now with the Knight of Pentacles is that slowness. It's not that energy of speed. It's a slowness, a frequency of feeling labored, feeling slow, feeling sort of saddled, labored. And it's almost like the Page of Wands frequency. It's almost like a thorn being stuck in the horse's arse to kind of get it to try and anything to try and get this journey to move quicker. Okay. So, and then you run into this energy of lightning, and lightning is fast, but it's almost like the horse can't feel the thorn. Okay, the horse can't feel the thorn. So even because there's lightning, there's something more painful in the soul of the horse that doesn't allow it to pick up speed. It can't run because this would hurt too much. That the sword that's in the lightning that needs to be pulled out. And the Nine of Wands is a spiritual warrior. I kind of feel like it's an energy of like a listlessness. Before there was speed, but this is about a kind of the journey's been so long. The knight on the horse is exhausted. They're all suited up in armor, and it's hot and it's uncomfortable, and you can't move properly. And then you have to move into the outside world. And you've got the Four of Wands. Your first step in the outside world is somehow, it's like being completely exhausted, having journeyed, for several months on horseback, and you've arrived home, and suddenly you're expected to like set up an entire household and run a household and be everything for everybody, and you're like, oh my god, I haven't even taken the bloody armor off. It's that kind of energy. Hello, Kripchinika Mushkalala. Hello, Russian bots. We're just giving you all a wave because we love that you love us, because it means that there's some kind of beautiful energy that you're trying to nick from us. So I'm sorry, Elsa. I will go. I'm going straight back in. So setting up home, feeling exhausted, haven't taken the armor off, everybody around you, and then you've that is part of the energy, but I'm reading your energy frequency the wrong way around. And I think that that's something that's really interesting, because I've gone to the Four of Wands instead of the Eight of Pentacles and the Four of Cups and then the Four of Wands. But it doesn't really matter, because the energy that I'm getting from this is, it's like being confused. It's like the exhaustion is so extreme that you can't put the right foot forwards first to do the thing. So I'm gonna go into it as the Eight of Pentacles and come back from that happy home, but that is still an energy. It's there on you all the time, but it's that energy that keeps sending you back to the slow moving. It's like, I know your trap is the lightning and the Four of and the Andean cross. Just going to draw a big line on that to make that clearer to me, and then an arrow going that way just to help me. But almost the travel exhaustion and the need to make everyone's home perfect is what wears you out every time and brings you back to a slow moving journey. It's like the catch-22. So when you've moved from your spiritual warrior energy that's already, struggling, it's in pain, you're coming at the Eight of Pentacles, and that's this need. It's like an expectation within yourself to master a frequency in the real world. You're like, but I need to master a frequency in my inner world. And here I am yet again being expected to master a frequency in the material world, where everyone's got an expectation. And the Four of Cups is like an emotional healing, but that doesn't ever happen. It's like a cosmic gift that you don't ever see. It's almost like everyone else is saying to you, fill my cup, I'm really thirsty. Fill my cup, I'm really thirsty. And you're filling everybody else's cup. And behind you, the universe is holding your cup and saying, there's nothing in your cup, Elsa. Why are you not filling your cup, Elsa? And that's when the energy of the Four of Wands, the exhaustion of home life, is what's overwhelming you. And that brings you into an energy where there is a sense of a resentment, because you're doing everything and no one is saying, can I get you a drink? And it really feels as simple as that, in a kind of, I wanted to say in a kind of comical way, but in a kind of way of, I can't imagine anyone around you saying, can I get you a drink? Would you like a cup of tea? Can I make you? It feels like that's always expected of you. And that's not nice. So, Elsa, what's your 9th card, please? Okay, so I'm just going to find it so that everyone can see it, Elsa. There it is. I feel like there's something about this energy, Elsa, that's really this frequency of. I need to talk of it in a kind of symbolic language that's not really the truth, but just because that's how they're giving it to me. It's like, you know, the sword was in your chest. You have to take out that sword yourself. So there's an energy where you have to take out that pain. How do you take out that pain? What they're showing me here, and this is what I mean, it's not real. I'm not encouraging you to do this, but it's like taking this frequency and trying to show not like the wounds where you've hurt yourself, but the wounds. You almost need to inflict wounds on others. I don't mean it in that kind of way. What I'm trying to explain, it's really hard, is you need to find a way of showing them the wounds they inflict on you. You know, even if it's as simple as saying to someone, you know, I'm really tired. I've decided that Mondays are going to be my day when I don't do anything for anyone. And look, I know you all want me to make you dinner or whatever it is, but I'm not doing it on a Monday for the moment. We'll review it, but on a Monday, if I'm not here, if I've gone out somewhere, that's fine. But if I'm here, I need everyone to do Elsa Day. Because this is about cutting through the bullshit. It's the blade that opens a new energy, and the only one that's going to open that energy is you, and you got to take that out. The pain that's inflicted. You see, now what I'm going to say to you, Elsa, is that's part of the sword that's in your belly, the sword that was in the horse that couldn't move. I know in your past, the experience has been when I do this, I get aggression or people ignore it in any way or they stay away. And I'm assuming that means family and around you. I think that what you have to learn is to not sort of put that energy out there. It's that frequency that I talked about earlier with the heart chakra. So by trying to change the frequency, if you say, when I've tried this before it doesn't work, that's what the universe will reflect back. Even if you know it hasn't worked in the past, you have to change the system. You have to be able to show people a different frequency. You have to show them when you feel wounded. And, you know, in many ways, your daughter's journey with her father has to be her journey and not yours. So I presume she comes to you and she requires support. And then when you want to come to her, she's not necessarily there. I don't know, but that's what I'm sensing from the thing. Yeah, I mean, that is part of it, Ali, for sure. I think it's that we have to, it's that thing of boundaries. It's that energy we just talked about, the power of saying no. So, you know, by selecting a day, even if you just choose not a weekly day, but just for one day to just say, look, I've had an operation. I feel really tired. So, what I've done is you could just do a thing to show your love. You could create whatever you're normally expected to do. If people are expecting a meal, you could make it the day before when you're making them another meal, and just say, today there's your food, you can pop it in the microwave. Yeah, it is about doing it without resentment. It is. It's about just, it's not about them. They have inflicted pain and you want them to know, but they're only going to understand that when you can stand in some kind of boundary of truth and start to just love, respect you enough to say no, because we have to respect ourselves and love ourselves to say no. I always sense there's a lot of emotional, a kind of abuse that goes on through the family around you. That's that energy of the Four of Wands, the energy of the four. There's like an energy here that's saying trying to heal, not allowed to heal. And that's not fair. We're all entitled to heal. I mean, I don't know your situation in really, but there feels like at some point there needs to be an Elsa holiday. There needs to be a moment when, you know, you start with a day here and there that's Elsa Day, and then it might become weekly, and then it might be that you go, ooh, I'm going to be away for a couple of weeks. I'm going to stay with my old friend. But there's definitely a need for only you can take your pain away. That's what that lightning's about. Only you can free up the energy within your sacral to flow, because you've got Eight of Pentacles coming into the outside world, being expected to master everything for everybody else. Four of Cups that need to have your cup filled. And what comes next is the Andean cross. That's sacred, self-loving energy. You're not doing that. So you need, yeah, I kind of, do you know what there, Everlong Eve, where you said Elsa month, I was kind of seeing this notion of there being the word mother and month being sort of like an integral part, like you need a mother month. But there is that frequency where you're not able to take out your own wound. Yeah, no, but you see, there again, Elsa, that's another of these energies. I have a conversation with someone else who comes in a lot. I'm drowning in debts, therefore that's what the universe will give you. You've got to at some point take a sense of understanding that the energy you say, feel, write, Galdia, speak, when it's with the magic, when it's with the energy, the emotion of poverty, it's what you will get. You have to know that you've moved into a new empowering frequency that you can change in small ways, in really small ways. Yeah, it is change your mental structure. It's always change your mental structure. Change the thought patterns that when they re-arise, they take over your heart and push out an emotion. That's why this sword is trapped in the lightning card. And that's got to come out for you to empower self-love. You know, bugger people who don't want to help you and show aggression. You don't have time for that. You don't deserve that. No one deserves that. That's not a relationship in any way. Anyone that is aggressive with you ever is not in a relationship other than something abusive. We don't accept that in life. And it doesn't matter what we lose temporarily to move away from that energy. What we gain is so much more powerful. So I hope that inspires you, Elsa, because we love you. That's good. It's good that you're doing those paintings. But your paintings are an internal thing. You need to externalize boundaries and the power of your energy on the people around you, because otherwise you'll just be a lonely painter. You need to make that energy bring yourself into the real world by creating empowering structures around you. So I had the Duchess of Elsewhere somewhere. She's elsewhere. I feel like it came a little bit after Cryptoschmlipstum. So, Duchess of Elsewhere, what have you got for me? 3, Magician. 6 of Wands. Oh, the 6. 6 is the 6 of Wands. Strength. 1, strength. 2, oh, reversed. It's going to put retro symbol. 2, King of Swords. 3, no, I've done 3, 4. You've written it out properly. I just keep looking up in the wrong way. 2 of Swords. 5, no, 8. 8. I've got to stop doing that. 9 of Wands. 7, Emperor. 5, Temperance. No, yeah, reversed, retrograde. Okay, so I need 3 and 6. Magician and the 6 of Wands. Oh, yeah, we started with this. This was that inability to find victory in the magic within you. And that was very much part of the energy that was in the group reading that I did. I need to buzz down now so that I can keep up with your chit chats, people. Yeah, I know. I'll tell you what it is. It's a really ugly light. Look. Oh, you can't see it. But I'm trying to move so that it's not there. Maybe, hang on. Let me just think. Going over the camera, it might be that it's like a little bit greasy or something. Oh, I've made it worse. Oh, there's 2 halves. I can't believe I've just made that worse. Just can't be away. Come on. So, I need to undo my legs as well. My knees were getting a bit stressed. So, I'm just having a little read. Look, Penelope, I didn't know that about you. Cheeky cinematic artist. Don't know what that means. There's a little bit of a pink sky forming over there. It's very nice. So we had this notion, sorry, Duchess of Elsewhere. Come on. this frequency of the Magician of the Nine of Wands. Do you know what I feel like? I feel like I need to turn this around because that's really, it's not good light. So let's see if I can, let's do this. And then you might be able to see out the windows a little bit. And I can come and sit over here. Oh, that feels better. I just need to move. I quite like these videos where we move with the dying light. I put that there. I put the microphone the right way. I put that there. I get my bottle of water. I just need to get the fan in my face. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I might have to plug it into a different plug. Now, I just straighten the bed because that's a bit wrinkled. Let's clamber aboard, people. This bed's so hot. It's like, it just makes, everything makes you just damp the whole time. There. Oh, that fan's, fan's right on top of me. Still getting a little bit of a magic light coming down. Ooh, that's bright. Right. So, I'm completely distracted by Penelope. I'm loving Penelope's story, everyone. I kind of want to go, what's your story about? But you mustn't tell anybody because it's a secret. Yeah, absolutely. I had to straighten the bed. I'm not sitting on wrinkles. So anyway, let's go back. I can't get involved in the world of London and films. I now understand why she wrote arse with an A-R-S-E. So, oh, this bed's so hot under my bum. Duchess of Elsewhere. I am here. I'm not elsewhere now. I'm focused. Magician. It was the small magic not being able to be manifested as victorious magic. So let's go to card number 1, strength. You begin in the energy of raw feminine frequency. That's a burning frequency. It's very much an energy of dark moon Lilith. It's a frequency of, I want to say controlling anger. I feel like that's an important issue here. I feel like there's I feel like in the past there was an energy within you that could have just kind of really fired up, and it's about coming into a frequency of understanding, like divine rage, understanding how you destroy things or bring changes to things because it's necessary to demonstrate love. That's where you're starting. I got Lilith in Gemini, Duchess of Elsewhere. I have. She's my placement. And she's in Gemini at the moment because she's just been past my I've had my dark moon Lilith return. So yeah, I tell you, it's so bloody sweaty here. Anyway, you start in strength and you're going to the King of Swords. So I feel like it's talking about the strength in editing, because you've got swords and swords, but what I don't understand is what you're editing. That's really interesting. I guess editing rage, editing your old. I feel like what I'm seeing is like slicing away at a series of triggers, things that would have in the past made you quite explosive. I feel like you've reached a maturity point on your journey, but it's still a trap. It's still an energy where you've calmed the furies, but you haven't sort of pulled the magic into a sense of victory. It's like, you have the knowledge. The King of Swords is very much that kind of Zen energy. But it's coming down to the Two of Swords via the magic. So I'm seeing the energy of the King of Swords in this deck where he's got like a bit of a helicopter head and he's diving forwards. It's like taking a plunge. Oh, I get it. I think I need to show you the cards. It's like, here he is. He's got two swords. He's holding the two swords. He's hovering over things. He's trying, I want to say, it's blinking centaur energy again. There's a lot of centaur energy around at the moment. It's the bestiality versus civility. I feel like the magic is in the beast and not the civility. I feel like you're forgetting the animal side of your existence somehow. Okay, yeah, there's something that's very thought processed and not instinctual. I'm not saying you're not instinctual. I'm saying that there's some part of the energy around you where you hide your instinctualness, you hide your wild nature. I feel like there's a frequency within you where you need to I'm seeing like a horse whinny. So there's something about braying. There's something about being a little bit more cheeky, saucy, naughty that you're banned from or you feel restricted from. And I feel like that is what crosses you. See, this card usually is a card of peace, but I feel like he's going in with his two swords and then they're getting crossed. There's something blocking your magic, and it's your thoughts. Overthinking is blocking your magic. This is weird energy. So what they're showing me is, it's like, and I'm not suggesting you change this at the moment. It's like in a normal world, there's a part of you that if someone was bothering you, it's like punch first, worry about it later. And I think you've taught yourself to be much more thoughtful. But actually, there's something about you've disengaged from the raw beast energy within you that you're losing. It's almost diminishing your magic. There's something when you're instinctual, it's like, ooh, it's like there's an energy of awe about you when you're you. When you're this overthinking frequency, it's somehow, as I say, it's diminishing your energy, your magic. So you're at this point where you can't quite, where the swords are crossed, where you can't move. Yeah, you see, that's exactly what it is, because you've got the Emperor coming up and you've got Temperance, and it's like you do this battle to temper the masculine energy within you, that desire, as I spoke at the beginning, that frequency between like a sacred rage and a kind of earth rage. It's that kind of energy that is within this, that sort of the magic, the magician, that frequency, raw masculine energy being overpowered by the raw feminine. So when you go into the real world, you come in as a spiritual warrior, but you come in with this. You come in caught up in your thoughts, caught up in the editing. That's almost, I want to almost say that this is like, because the king is really a kind of 14 frequency, 15, 16. It's like there's so many bloody knives, swords flashing in and editing and preening and pruning that it's too much for you. So you come into the real world as this over erudite frequency. Wassail, Cindy. You're coming in as this over erudite frequency, and then you're running into your Emperor mode. The Emperor mode is a kind of more emotional masculinity, the gardener, the one that comes in and prunes gently. But there's something about this, the speed at which these knives are. This is like Edward Scissorhands. This is like, and then you kind of go, calm myself, calm myself. And you go into your Emperor mode, and the Emperor mode is still very, it's still an erudite energy. It's still an energy that thinks. There's something about, you need your raw feminine strength. You're being told somehow that your raw feminine strength is not welcome. And so you're confused. You're trying to temper back the masculine side, fearing it. And actually what you've done is each time you're cutting it out entirely. The balance is when the maiden and the beast. You need to be both of those things. You've lost, this centaur energy sitting on the horse, flying above. You're becoming too Edward Scissorhands. You've got to bring the frequency back to allowing your instinctual animal frequency to just drive things sometimes, to just push through. Okay, so let's know, because what's happening is each time you prune all the way back, in the end, the only thing left for you to do is to self-sabotage everything, because you love yourself too much and you need to restart it. And somehow you need to free up that energy. So what do you have as your 9th card? What is the secret solution that you need, Duchess of Elsewhere? Yeah, I was just thinking that, Cindy. Get your deck handy. You might not. Yeah, she's brushing Lily. But this is the tester code, the tester trap one that I talked to you about a long time ago. It would be fun, but you can watch me do someone else. You'll get it. Oh, did I miss the 9th? Sorry, I was looking at things. Where's the 9th? Did you write the 9th? You said you've got a 10th, but have you written the 9th? Have I missed it? Oh, there, moon reversed. And what's your 10th? Yeah, I've caught it now. Moon reversed. You see, the moon reversed is a really interesting message because it's a mystery being ended. No, we don't normally need to pick a 10th card. It's just that some people, I said that your 10th card, if you look at it, will tell you where your next journey begins. And I was only asking her because I was trying to go to the moon. So, Duchess of Alberto, your moon. The mystery is solved when you can see the truth of your inner animal, I guess is what we're saying. You're being confused, there's a mystery that's being created around you because you're seeing yourself as a rider on a horse rather than being both a centaur, being a centaur and being the two together. You're in separation about the energies of your masculine and your feminine, and they need to be one. You've got the energy of raw masculinity, you've got the energy of raw femininity. So this notion of this eruditeness is not necessary, because the truth of it is that each time you get to the point of temperance, that emotional healing that tempers the love frequency because you don't like what you became, is because the Two of Swords frequency is being used as a barring energy. So you go from the king, the helicopter head flying around, and then you go through the magician, the manifesting, materializing energy, and then suddenly you're caught in a bar. But actually, the truth of it is that bar shouldn't stop you, because it's almost like it's like a shame or an embarrassment about being your fullness, being both your raw masculine and your raw feminine, and just kind of, whatever someone's got to say, it's your truth. And by trying to, it's almost like keeping up with the Joneses. It's trying to elevate yourself to a level, I'm not saying that you don't belong to, but it's separating you. You're elevating yourself so far from your instinctual, wild energy that's suppressing your true embodied magic. So the moon is reversed because the mystery is solved. You know it, you've just seen it. It was literally, you just needed to witness the trap so that you don't have to fall into it anymore. And then the Ten of Pentacles is life. It's the energy of returning to a tree of life. So your next first step will be you united, you working in your fullness of strength. So that was that one. Who else do we have? Did we have someone else that's written on 8 cards down? No, 9 cards. No, 8. You write down 8. I don't want to know your 9th till the end. Is there anybody else who has laid out 9 cards? Okay, so I can only go back so far. So if someone else is wanting to have theirs read, so you're saying you see it with difficult decisions, where, how, next, on the way. Yeah, I would say I'll pull a card for Lily. In fact, everyone will pull a card for Lily. I would say that you need to not question difficult decisions. I think that's what that helicopter is. You need to be instinctual. If someone says, we need to make a decision on this, what is your gut instinct, and just go with it? Because there's power in you. There's so much wonderful power. Right, so I've got the gatherer, like she's just trying to gather all the food around her in her world, and she just wants to go. Lily just wants to sit and sleep with all the food that she can find. Six of Wands for Lily, and she'll have victory in succeeding in getting all of the food. Yeah, well, Penelope, if you've got your cards there, you can lay out the deck. I just need 9 cards. 8. You need to pull 9, but you mustn't tell me the 9th. Okay, so Duchess of Elsewhere. At the moment, we're in the energy of Jupiter in Pisces. So I've been telling everybody to kind of talk to Jupiter. Be grateful for Jupiter in this situation for actually showing you what fits you. Having the gut instinct to do it is not bringing the right energy. So you need to ask Jupiter to bring you the frequency of things that will fit your wishes to transform. And that will go on every night before you go to sleep. Talk to Jupiter until the 10th of May. You also got completion of a like home life, 4 of Wands with Lily. So all the food is home. Everything is home. 9 of Cups. See, look, Petra just pulled the 9 of Cups for the wish card, just as we were talking about the wish card. Okay, I've got one here. That's all right, Penelope. We've got Meg has given us a series. I'm just going to write them down so that I can free up the feed. So your first card is the High Priestess. Second card is the 9 of Cups. Third card is Chestnut. I thought we did this. Did we not do this, Meg? Have I missed some part of it out? I could have sworn we did, or did I just not complete it? Okay. I definitely did pass the 9 and the 10. So are you really sure I didn't complete yours, Meg? I remember doing these. I remember doing the Hangman, because that's what I said. I didn't remember doing 5, 7. Or maybe I didn't. Maybe someone else had the Hangman. Okay. You're probably answering me, and because I've got the thing stuck, I can't check. Eight is the 4 of Pentacles. Okay, so okay, we didn't do the second half of it. So I'm going to kind of review the first half, though, so that people that are new here understand what we're doing. So if I just finish the last half, it won't make any sense. So in a Tesla trap, cards 3 and 6 are the energetic trap itself. So just gonna show you all. We'll have a review towards the end. So 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 plus 2 is 4, 4 plus 4 is 8, 8 plus 8 is 16, you add them together makes 7, 7 and 7 is 14, which you add together and it makes 5, 5 and 5 is 10, you add that together, it makes 1. So we're missing 3, 6 and 9. 3 and 3 is 6, 6 and 6 is 12, you add them together, is 3. So you can make all of the numbers apart from 9. And Nikola Tesla, he said that he could hear the vibration of everything. And the 3 and the 6 are the electrons that bounce in and out of all the different dimensions. Actually, I'll just give you down here, people that are new. There's a web page to a description of this. And so he said that the molecules, the electrons rather, flash in and out of dimensions. And the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 were the frequencies of all the molecules. And he did all of his inventions and calculations using this formula. The 9 is the divine energy, the solution, the magic behind everything. Now, in this reading, when you lay the cards out like this, and quite often I use Oracle deck for the 3, 6, and the 9, and then I use a tarot deck. But some people have just used the tarot deck for the whole thing. It doesn't matter. But the idea is that you don't look at this card. You turn all the other cards over to learn things. And that's the trap that keeps playing out over and over again. This half of the deck, of the spread, being your inner work, this being your work in the outer world and how you move forwards. And yet we keep jumping back to 1, and we keep repeating the same punishing pattern that we need to break free from. And the 9 teaches you to break free. So let me just shift. I'm sitting on the corner of the bed, and the energy, I feel like I'm going backwards. So let's go to this reading. So we had chestnut and honeysuckle, and I remember talking about that being your breath. So I was getting the energy of the horse chestnut being a frequency that's used to cure horses. And the honeysuckle was about a completely different energy of you being unable to tangle yourself into your true perfumed essence in the world. I need a sip of this. And your high priestess energy, moving to your 9 of cups and your 10 of cups, had some kind of story about being able to bring forwards the wishes, being able to understand all the emotional strength of the 10 of cups, and being that kind of internal work that was deeply, wonderfully esoteric. Wasn't the high priestess reversed? Your Chinese zodiac's horse. So it was about coming down, but you understood the emotional magic. You understood the ability to work the kind of frequencies. And what you really didn't get was the ability to put prana, to put life, to put breathing. And that's where we stopped before. So now we need to see how you externalize that frequency. So you have, I have to remember to do this the other way around because I keep going the wrong way with people. So you go into 4 of Pentacles mode. So you're coming out into the real world. Not reversed. Okay, I just wanted to check because there's something about the energy not delivering. It's functioning, but not delivering. And that's the prana. It's the breath, the chestnut energy that's not connecting you to it. So you're going out into Four of Pentacles. Four of Pentacles is a card of both power, and it's also a card of restriction. And I'm feeling the energy here is to do with the card when it's showing someone clinging to the material. I feel like you do all this inner work. I feel like you're kind of oxygen starved. And so when you go out into the real world, it's almost like not being, you're so starved of your, it's like I'm seeing the energy of this. I'm seeing the frequency. The molecules, the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, the molecules are given form by the positive and negative electrons flashing in and out thousands of times a second. And what I'm seeing is that because you can't bring that prana, that Tesla code energy, that somehow into all of your breathing living molecules, it's almost like you're clinging on to the material in an uncomfortable way. And that moves into the Page of Cups. And the Page of Cups, if you think about it, you've now got the 9 of Cups, the 10 of Cups, and then the 11 of Cups. There's a natural progression, but there's something about the power, the weight of the 10 of Cups internally that you can't bring into the real world with you properly. You can't bring the manifesting love magic that you have, even though it's within you. And it's High Priestess frequency. She is the God source of love in terms of the tarot. She is the divine feminine frequency. You're coming into the real world weakened by the energy. So you because the Page of Cups is like the seed of love, not the goddess frequency of love. So because you're not utilizing, you're not using your breath to bring an energy of what we would call prana, source frequency, to every molecule in your body, that somehow it's leaving your whole body kind of craving more. They're showing me like a Oliver. Yeah, it does. I know it does all add up to 9. It's a very clever. He was very clever. So you got to the Page of Cups energy, which is a seed, planting a love seed in the real world, but needing more. And yet somehow your honeysuckle, that energy that should really bind itself around your true essence in the real world, weaving a kind of love magic, it's barely there, because it's not got the life force of breath to kind of Sadir, Galdir, to sort of push the magic forwards. And then you go to the Hanged Man. And the Hanged Man is about almost, they're showing me that whole idea of like being starved of oxygen, blood building up in the brain. You really do have to somehow find a way to do some kind of breath work, to breathe deeply. So breath is always, I want you to do, I know, let me do this on the solution. Remind me to explain deep breathing before bed. We'll come to it at the end, because I need to see what your solution is first before I go second guessing what you need to do. So the Hanged Man is seeking wisdom, but the Hanged Man is a pause. The Hanged Man wants the wisdom so badly that he calls in the energy of the runes. But I always feel that Odin, as the Hangman, takes the runes before they've all arrived. And I feel like he doesn't have the full set. But So then when it's really too much, when it's too overwhelming, yeah, you see, that's why I'm sensing. And then that anxiety leads you to go into that energy of the high priestess again, but the high priestess then stops you from getting the rest of the wisdom. So you keep returning to the point of no wisdom. You've got a bit more wisdom each time, but it's never enough wisdom because it lacks breath. It lacks life force. It lacks whatever it is that you've got as your 9th card. So what's your 9th card? While you're writing your 9th card, I feel like I need to close the curtains because just in another little Virgo stellium way, it's untidy. And I don't like the reflection of the lampshade. That's better. Oh, yes, Olive. Olive 23. I do remember that you wrote that before and I kind of ignored it because I didn't want to know. But even when I first saw it, it made me think of Pallas Athena. So I need to, where can I find, just give me a sec. I need to pull something up and read you something. Energy, open recent. Pallas Athena. Oh, look, she's even there. Oh, hang on. I just made an error there. So Pallas Athena. I can't see myself there. I'm just going to read you something. So Pallas Athena, she's the protectress, the weaver. She's about intellectual warfare, arts, wisdom, and heroic endeavors. She's the goddess of our vision. She's the protectress of cities. She's the wrangler of the earth serpent, but she's also the creatrix of the olive tree. Water cleansing, born from the forehead of Zeus, fully armed, bested Poseidon for patronage of Athens, punished Medusa, right, she is at card 27 in the Alchemy of Astrology deck. So what am I getting from the card? I'm getting a sense of squeezing, of there's a sense of virgin olive oil. I don't mean you need some virgin olive oil. I'm talking about it's an energy of like a cold press. It's squeezing out the very last moment. There's something about needing to, it's almost like you've been squeezed, and the energy that you're looking for is to grow. So there's a sense of, what I mean is crushing an oil or an olive to get the oil out, to have something extracted from it, whereas actually that's where it keeps going wrong for you, because you're not actually receiving the nutrition, you're not receiving, so you're not able to put your energy out. Oh, good night, Petra. It's 2 a.m. far away. It's nearly 7 o'clock here. I haven't had anything to eat for hours. I think I had breakfast. So there's something about the need to plant a seed in your sacral, the olive seed. And the olive seed is a peace, and it's a peace within your own body, within your own frequency that you need to find. And so it is the breathing that you need to do. So when you go to sleep at night, Oh, actually, look, maybe we can do this since I'm on a bed. So I need to make a bit of space. Let me just move these cards. We're going to all learn to breathe very, very deeply. And this is an exercise you need to do before sleep. So here we are. Oh, my hair thing gets in the way when I like that. So, I need this. We have to pretend this is a lot of very heavy books. So when you go to sleep, I'll bring you a bit nearer. When you go to sleep at night, you need to put a series of heavy books on your stomach, because the important part about breathing is this is all digestion, and this is a vacuum, and this is breath. So when you go to sleep, you need to push your stomach up to breathe in, so that you bring your diaphragm down to fill the gap in the vacuum. So to breathe in, we're going to just push the stomach up. Okay. Yeah, a heavy dog does work. Cindy, it does work. So again, this Lily is sitting on top of me. She's just had a big dinner, and I'm going to push her into the air as I breathe in. And the important thing is, when you're going to sleep, you don't move your chest muscles. You don't move them at all. But ordinarily, when we want to practice deep breathing, we do move the muscles. So now I'm going to sit up and show you that. So, I think I need to go sideways so that you can see. Pum, 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 pum. So, deep breathing, stomach has to come out first. I don't know that you can see that well. So, and then the second part is to lift your chest. And this will bring a lot more oxygen into your body. So, because you need somehow to add to your oxygen levels. And usually it's best to kind of count breath 2, and then breathe out for longer. So you breathe in quicker, you go. Okay. Yeah, it's really good. It's really important. If you have a dog, Cindy has a dog, you'll notice that a dog breathes only through its stomach. It doesn't do breathing through its chest. It doesn't. Actually, it's our clothing, when we put things around our waist and we have things too tight, that we stop using. And the stomach muscles need to go right down into your pelvis. You're breathing from down here. So it's a really deep energy. How long are we breathing like this for? If you're doing it in bed, you want to do it for a couple of minutes, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to teach your body to slow down your breathing and make it natural without your chest lifting, so that you're just breathing down in the stomach, and it will bring in more oxygen. It will pump more value into your blood. Stop it, Cindy. So it will bring more energy into your blood. It will make your sleep deeper, much more calming, because often we wake up in our sleep. Yeah, they are naked, but we've done that one. We've done the topless videos. We're not doing that now. We're doing breathing. So made it worse. I was trying to hide the ugly air conditioning unit. So you're bringing more blood in. If you're doing the exercise in the morning when you're using your chest as well as your stomach, again, do it for 3 minutes. Bring in a lot of energy. Always, I would say, when you first start doing breathing exercises, the bed one's fine, you're lying down. You should really stand up to do it. But when you first do it, you will get a head rush because you will put more oxygen in your body. And it will help to regenerate your cells. It's got all sorts of kind of powerful frequencies. Yeah, there is always a V. It's V for virgin. All Chippendales are virgins. Yeah, it's really important to bring it into the pelvis. As low as you can make your breathing, as deep as you can get it towards where your hips and legs join, the better it is. So anyway, that's what you need to do with your olive. You need to bring more breath in. You need to renew. You need to bring a new energy to your Yggdrasil tree, your olive tree. That energy of peace and sleep. Because I feel like you probably are having anxiety in your sleep with your reading. Wassail Charity Red. Yeah, I'm telling you, it will unblock your sacral. It's a really, really powerful exercise. I've been doing that kind of breathing since I was about 12 from playing the oboe. Yes, it was an olive tree. She had olive tree as her solution. She needed to stop feeling like someone was doing the virgin cold press on her olives, and she needed to actually keep her own olives and grow. So everybody, I've been on now nearly 5 hours. I think I might need to go downstairs and make myself some food. I'm a bit hungry. I made some food last night and I put too much salt in it. It was like eating the sea. Yeah, a lot of people are terrible breathers, but doing deep breathing, really getting things going, is really a beautiful way to bring all kinds of energetic and physical strengths to your body. It makes you more powerful. Can you add a potato? Have you ever grown potatoes, Cindy? They're really, really interesting. I grew them in some dustbins, and you plant them in the bottom and the soil, and you only put a little bit of soil in. And then when the potatoes grown this tall, you put more soil on. And then when the potato, and you keep doing it until the soil reaches the top of the bin. And then you just let the potato plants grow. And they just, I mean, it's something you don't often see, a potato plant. And then when there's just all the way down the entire bin, a massive potato, so solid. I just had a poor signal then. Sorry, it just paused. Oh, okay. Well, it was pasta. I just put slightly too much salt accidentally in the pasta. Yeah, it is, it is like a scavenger hunt. But I have this one thing I really miss. You know, not having a garden to grow vegetables in and go out when you're hungry and just think, what am I going to eat from the garden? I mean, here they go out and they pick the cactus, and they have cactus sometimes. Yeah, so the next work, just so that you're all aware, the next one we're going to do is probably before we do the new Grand Tableau spread, I'm going to do a workshop in the Lenormand cards. Do you really call them chicken spheres? I can't say balls without laughing. 53, still can't do it. Yeah, it will make you sleepy because it gives you a lot more oxygen. So have a nice night's sleep, Elsa. Talk to Jupiter and ask him to help you, to grant your wishes. So do you have tennis spheres? And do you have sphere boys at any Canadian tennis competitions instead of ball boys? Night, Elsa. So Lenormand will be the next one. And then I will do the Grand Tableau. I know, I do need to go and eat. I'm absolutely starving. I need to go and cook first, and it's already 7 o'clock. So we've nearly done 5 full hours. So hopefully you all know how to do the Tesla trap. See, I said drawing momentum. Doesn't matter what age you are, balls always make you laugh. Which deck should you get? What, in the Lenormand, do you mean? I use the I have to go and find it. I use the Mystical Lenormand by Elizabeth Fleischer. It's on the Lenormand page. I use this one with the big flaming heart, and it's got angels on the back. It doesn't matter if you don't have Lenormand. I'm only going to go through the Lenormand houses in the first reading because there's 36 different cards. What we're going to be using is the houses. You don't need the cards. We're going to put tarot down on Lenormand houses, so you don't actually have to buy them. It's a new way of reading a Grand Tableau with tarot, and it's so we can have fun. But I was just going to do a Lenormand reading first. I might not. I might just go straight into the deck and show you how to read them. But there is a page with the Lenormand on. Do you know what's my favorite deck? I don't have one, and I would say my favorite decks are the ones that we're making together, because I just think that they're going to bring, well, they already do for me. They bring me a much greater sense of interesting stories to channel. I really like the energies that are coming from the decks, because I think a lot of the time, I think a lot of the people designing cards are not reading cards enough. I don't think they're experiencing laying down a set of cards and going, well, what's that mean? You know, and so you have good cards in decks and you have bad cards in decks. And if you read a lot and you're relying on the cards to deliver daily messages, you kind of want energies that are open to newer frequencies, newer stories, without it only being the artwork. And that's where I think they haven't moved very much. Yeah, thanks, Fibonacci. I just think that both the runes and the Alchemy of Astrology are just opening new frequencies. There's another one that's being organized. I have an artist who's already providing artwork, and that's going to be a kind of starseed deck. It's not fully formulated yet, and I've asked Corey. I can't remember what his new name is, but he was Founders of Light. But he's going to be working with the artist at the moment to kind of just bring around a notion of where the deck might need to go. Yeah, I'm still working on the alchemy deck. I'm trying to get all the keywords on the front, and then I can send you all out a PDF for the moment so you can all start playing with it. Key to success. And that's 33. It's a nice energy. We started, the first card today was Magic, that was 33, 5 hours ago. And we're ending with 33, the master number of the real world. Oh, I'm glad you're using it. There is information to come. I'm trying to create 78 paragraph poems to help the rune deck. So that's my ending. Key is a sink. So thank you all beautiful people for staying with me 5 hours to learn about how to read the Tesla trap reading. And I will see you all soon. Wassail.